Laura Sampson, court 5, ready for play. Laura Sampson, court 5, ready for play.
So good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Court 1 at the Lexus British Open here at Roehampton. And what a day ahead we have for you as well. 2 men's singles matches on Court 1, plus we have 2 doubles matches coming up later on too. We begin with the Brits.
Momoko Otani, court 6, ready for play. Momoko Otani, court 6, ready for play.
Which will include, of course, Alfie Hewett and Dannon Ward. For today's coin toss, please welcome Sue Morrison, an open court coach in Cheshire. The open court programme is the LTA's Disability Tennis Initiative, which actively promotes and delivers opportunities for disabled people to get involved in tennis and paddle. The national programme supports people with disabilities and long-term health conditions. Last summer saw over 15,000 people pick up a racket at least once a month through the Open Court programme. National partners involved in this programme include Sport England, Special Olympics, Age UK and Parkinson's UK. So like I say, we get going on Court 1 today at the Lexus British Open with Battle of the Brits. What a great way to start today for you. let me introduce you to our players. To the right of the umpire's chair, Alfie Hewett is 26 and from Cantley, Norfolk. He is the winner of 62 career singles titles and 81 career doubles titles across his senior and junior careers. He is the winner of 8 Grand Slam singles titles and 20 Grand Slam doubles titles. He ended 2023 as world #1 in men's singles for the first time to become ITF world champion. He is the defending champion of the Lexus British Open as well. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, for Alfie Hewett. And to the left of the chair, at 18 years of age, Ward began playing wheelchair tennis in 2015 and has gone on to have a stellar start to his career. He has 3 World Team Cup Junior silver medals and was named as the inaugural ITF Wheelchair Tennis Junior Boys Player of the Year in 2020. And this year, Ward played a key role in the men's GB World Team Cup team that won their 2nd consecutive title. Ward came through the LTA Pro Scholarship Programme and turned pro in 2020. Please give it up for Dan and Ward. And today's umpire for this first match on court 1 is Faten Ben-Ruma. Ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful day with us today at the Lexus British Open here at Roehampton.
Three minutes. Two minutes. One minute.
Welcome to our coverage here of the Lexus British Open at Roehampton. We have got a great lineup for you today. On court first up here we've got Alfie Hewett, The number 1 seed taking on the 18-year-old
Ladies and
fellow Brit,
gentlemen, right of the
Dan and
chair.
Ward. This is the
And we
first
will have a toss and
meeting
elected to
between the pair
receive.
today. We've got plenty of other action as well on court today. Second match as well is going to be Tom Egberink from the Netherlands taking on number 4 seed Gordon Reed. Had a very impressive performance yesterday, a very comfortable victory. And then we've got a couple of doubles matches to finish the day for you. Third match here, we've got Dana Matthewson from the USA against Manami Tanaka, taking on the formidable Dutch pairing Dida de Groot and Jiske Griffin. And then we round it all up at the end of the day. Last match here on court 1, Angelica Bernal and Lucy Schuker. We saw her yesterday, wasn't able to get the victory, but they're taking on Abby Breakwell and Emmanuel Morch. But just confirming here at Lexus British Open in Roehampton, the quarterfinals here. Alfie Hewett is taking on Dan and Ward. It's going to be an interesting match. Alfie struggled a little bit yesterday. Wasn't necessarily his best tennis. Had a bit of a niggle with that shoulder, so hopefully that's feeling a little bit better. But it will be the 18-year-old Dan and Ward to kick off proceedings here on court 1.
Play. Out. Low 15. Low 30. Out.
That was a tough, deep return there from
40.
Hewett. Ward just trying to take it on the half volley. Already 3 break points in this opening game here for Hewett.
First serve.
Really nice move up the court. Really
15,
aggressive
14.
second serve. So a lot of players yesterday trying to use the drop shot off the return. Had a lot of success with it. As you can see, the courts are so green still. Also cooler, heavier conditions. The ball really isn't rearing up.
Out.
Nice serve
30,
again from
40.
Ward. This time using the wide serve. Getting Hewett on the stretch, forcing the error. Still facing one more break point though for the British number 1. Really nicely saved there. Dug it out well. Hewett just couldn't get a racket on it. 3 break points have come and gone. Back to Juice.
Pot. Pot. Advantage.
First double
Hewett.
fault of the day. Brings up a 4th break point in this opening game.
Game hot. First game.
It does turn into the opening break for Hewett. A much more confident start here from British number one. Really looking to assert his dominance in this opening part of this first set.
Love. All.
Just didn't quite get that off the middle of the racket.
30-15.
You can already see that Ward's come out in this match and try to be aggressive. Realises that's what he's going to have to do to cause Hewett some problems. And there we see again that drop shot.
40-15.
Just such a smart time to use it when your opponent's deeper at the back of the court. You've got such good hands, Alfie Hewett. So many weapons at his disposal.
Hot.
First all fault for Hewett. And another fairly comfortable hold there for Hewett.
Hewett leads by 2 games to love.
Gets up to a 2-love lead, but just doesn't quite look so happy. I'm not sure whether he's talking about something about his serve, just getting the shoulder up or something. Just had a little chat to his camp over in the corner.
Out. Love 15. Love 30.
Ward again in trouble here. Got broken in the opening game of the match. We were looking to get that double break already, race out to a 3-love lead.
love 40.
And a second double fault brings up another 3 break points for Hewett.
Game Hewett.
Make that 3 double faults.
Hewett leads by
A little
3
bit of a
games
gift
to
here
love.
for the British #1. And he gets out very quickly to a 3-love lead in this opening match here on court 1 at the Lexus British Open here in Roehampton. Both players will be very familiar with their surroundings. Alfie Hewett trains at the National Tennis Centre just behind us, as does Dan Ward. Alfie Hewett does also train at Eastern Tennis Centre. And Dan Ward trains at Loughborough as well. Like I said, this will have a very homely feel for both players. Hewett was mentioning yesterday in his on-court interview that it's been great that this event has been changed, and so they have a lead-up grass court event, obviously leading into the big one at Wimbledon next week, one that Hewett would so dearly love to win. Obviously,
Time.
won multiple times with Gordon Reed, but that is the one title that is eluding him. That singles title came ever so close last year, lost in a heartbreaker.
Out. 15 love. Hot. 15 all.
And a second double fault for Hewett. And he finds that line.
50,
Just
30.
dipping down inside the court. Was able to generate such good racket speed. A little bit of an opening here for the 18-year-old.
Out.
And he just can't find the
30
return.
all.
Didn't miss by much.
Out. 40, 30. Game Hewett. Hewett leads by 4 games to love.
Hello, good morning. Who's this? Anna doing a great job by herself. Bob Ballard now stepping into the breach with her. And, well, it's all going pretty well from an Alfie Hewett point of view. 4 games to love, first set. And Dan Ward yet to get on the board.
30 love. Out. 30-15. Third on. Thirty, 40.
So another break point for Alfie Hewett for 5 love.
Game Hewett.
Yeah, and that will do it. And I think this match,
Hewett
Anna,
leads
kind
by
of shows
5
the
games
gap
to love.
between the very best and those making. I mean, Dallon's still making his way through the ranks. Don't expect him to be that competitive with Alfie, but there is such a big chasm. We kind of saw with Ben. We were hoping Ben would make the second round. He didn't. That there's still a bit of catch up to be made with the ones further down the pyramid, if you like.
Yeah, there is. I think, you know, for Dan and Ward, this is a really good experience for him. Obviously, a first meeting between the pair. This is where you're able to match up your game against the best in the world, isn't it? And he can see where he needs to improve. He's obviously shown some glimpses in this opening 5 games so far that he does have weapons, but it's just so much more consistent. And that's really been the difference between the two of them so far.
As I mentioned, I didn't see the early part of the set, but how is the Hewett shoulder looking?
It looks better today. He doesn't look like he's sort of fiddling around with it quite as much. He had a little muttering to his camp early on in the second game, I believe, where I think he was just struggling a little bit maybe with the ball toss, but I don't think there was anything related to the shoulder. So, touch wood, he's pulled up pretty well after yesterday.
Time.
There is a bit of rain in the air, by the way. Just a few spits and spots. Not anything heavy at this stage, but has been kind of threatening to get a bit heavier. So let's hope it doesn't intervene or interrupt our games and matches today too much. This one well on its way. Alfie Hewett on the verge of set number 1.
Out. 15 love. all. Out. 30-15.
That's a nice passing shot there from Ward.
30 all.
Like I said, we've seen a few glimpses so far today, especially with that big forehand. And that's definitely going to be a weapon for the 18-year-old moving forward.
$40-30.
So fairly swiftly, without too much alarm, First set point for Alfie Hewett.
Deuce.
Interesting, quite a loopy second serve there. Ward able to capitalise on it. Jump all over it, so saving the first set point.
That's a danger though on grass as well. If you're using the kick serve and you don't quite hit your spot, it just sits there waiting to be hit.
Advantage, Hewett. Game and first set, Hewett by 6 games to love.
Yeah, that'll do it. A bagel set for Alfie Hewett. And, well, every single match is a learning experience for Dan and Ward, and they will learn a great deal from that. Alfie Hewett going through, it would seem, inexorably into the semis without dropping a game. Looking very good indeed. I'm sure we'll get the stats, see how that first serve is faring today. Fluctuated a bit yesterday, but looks to be pretty decent today. It does look very decent, actually.
Yeah, much better numbers today. And for the Alfie Hewett fans, his shoulder seems to be a little bit better. I don't know whether it's just you, but I feel like there's a little bit more pace on the first serve. There's a little bit more work on the second serve as well. It just looks to be more the Alfie Hewett that we know compared to yesterday. Yeah, he'll want to keep those serving stats up, but Dan and Ward really got to increase his numbers, and just the 19 minutes.
Yeah, that'll probably disappoint him more than anything else, I would think, is that not only did he not take a game, but they didn't take it to 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think the problem is that when the scoreboard goes against you, it's easy to start rushing, and then it obviously just goes even quicker. I think he's really got to just try and take his time, just play the game a little bit more on his terms.
Second
Big
set,
service game
Ward
here though for
to
Ward.
serve.
Needs to just try and stop the rock, get something on the scoreboard.
15 love.
Well, that's not a bad way to start. Second set. That's an ace.
First ace.
First ace, there
as
you go.
well. Such a clever shot. Just seems to be playing a little bit smarter today. Just got that clarity of thinking.
Net. First serve. $15.30.
Big sigh, because, again, thinks he should get to a ball and doesn't manage to get to it. And kind of, again, giving Alfie some cheap points. 15-30. Bit of work to be done on the serve.
Out.
Just not getting any free points though, is he, Ward?
15-40.
Just relentless hitting from Hewett.
Game, Hewett.
Well, it started well
New
with
ball
the ace,
speed.
but happily went
First
downhill
game,
from there.
second set.
And I suppose it's invidious to make comparison between players, because at 19, which is what Dannon is now, Alfie was getting into finals at the Paralympics. You know, he is a phenomenal talent, and maybe, you know, you just kind of go, Alfie could do it at 19, why can't other people? It doesn't quite work that way, does it?
No, it doesn't, unfortunately. I think the beauty of tennis as well is that there's never one path for everyone. Obviously, Dannon was following his own path, and some people develop later on. Obviously, Alfie was such a prodigy at such a young age, doing so many incredible things as he has done throughout his career. But as we've seen today so far, Dannon has shown glimpses. He's got a lot of weapons.
Out.
Just needs to keep trying to develop, and
15 love.
matches like this against the best players in the world, these are huge learning curves for someone like Ward.
Out.
But you see the frustrations from him,
30 love.
because in matches against players ranked further down the rankings, a lot further down the ranking, he'd be making these shots and be winning points. It's almost like looking at the man opposite you, or the other side of the net, and going, oh, I can't get points against him, I can't beat him. Anyway, that's more like it. That's a kind of point that will give him a little bit more sustenance going forward.
Well, that's what they always say, isn't it? You've got to play the ball and not the opponent. And it's so easy when you play someone of the level of Alfie Hewett and the ranking, feeling like you've got to do a little bit more, go closer to the lines.
Always going to be the problem, I think, in terms of
40,
getting the
15.
power and the depth of those kind of shots, because Alfie will just snaffle those up time after time. If you don't get depth, you don't get a bit of pace, it just kind of sits up and goes, yeah, okay, where do you want to put it?
Thank you very much.
Game Hewett.
Well, he got to it, couldn't control it.
Hewett leads
And
by
it's
2 games to love.
8 games in a row now for Alfie Hewett. Not really being tested on his serve at all at this stage. Come on, Dannon, let's get you on the board. Let's get something in the credit column. Love to.
Out.
Yes. Well, he started with a good point. On his
15
last
love.
service game, it was an ace. That's a nice positive way to start his second service game. Let's see if he can back it up.
Out.
Also highlighted, didn't we, at the end of the first
15
set,
all.
not getting enough first serves in.
No, you can't hit many second serves against Hewett, especially when he returns the way he does. We always talk about how he's on the prowl, isn't he, on the returns, and especially on those second serves.
Out.
Even on those first serves as well, it's coming back with interest.
15-30.
Still just doesn't look quite happy, does he, Hewett? Always a perfectionist, always striving for more. There's a little bit of magic there from
30 all.
Dannon Ward. Good deep return. Just flick that backhand down the line.
Thirty, 40. Game Hewett.
Yeah, not to be, sadly.
Hewett
Another
leads by
break
3 games to love.
for Alfie Hewett, and 3-love to him in the second. So, coming up in September and October, it's the LTA Wheelchair Tennis Initiative. Free and ideal for disabled people inspired by the Summer of Grass Court Wheelchair Tennis and, of course, the Paris Paralympics. Coming up in August, the link for that you can go and find on the LTA website. It's a bit complicated. I'll give you the full one if you want. Probably can't take it all down, but if you just go to lta.org.uk, you'll find the link. 4 upcoming Wheelchair Tennis Initiative days in September and October. They're in Bolton, Nottingham, Norwich, same venue where Alfie and of course Ben Bartram train, and at the NTC just across the way where we are this week. So that's all coming up in September and October. It's a lot of fun. A lot of people who've tried it have then gone on to play it competitively, so worth getting involved if you're in Bolton, Nottingham, Norwich or London this autumn. As far as this is going, it's all going pretty much one way for the number 1 seed. Alfie Hewett very much on top of his game and serving for 4-love.
Love 15. $15
Second ace for Hewett so far in this match. Leave that 3.
Yeah, so I was about to say.
15.
It's like the London buses.
Come in clutches. 3 aces, 1 to Ward so far.
But out. 40-15.
The Trice, it's 2 game points for 4-love.
Game Hewett. Hewett leads by 4 games to love.
Our umpire calling him Hewett. Does sound like Hewett, doesn't it?
Maybe we're pronouncing his name wrong all this time.
Mr. Hewett. Anyway, Mr. Hewett or Mr. Hewett, whichever. He's doing very well. Dan and Ward still looking for that first service hold.
$15
This pattern is continuing. He wins the first point on his serve pretty much every time. So all the games I've watched so far, anyway.
Yeah, it's just been the story of the match so far, hasn't it, for him? He's just not been able to get that consistency. Just shown it in some glimpse, hasn't he?
15
Used some really good shots, whether they be forehands or backhands or the use of the slice, but then it's just been quickly followed up by an error.
Pot.
Oh, the rain's getting much heavier now. You can see it on our commentary box window.
15-30.
Alfie will not want to finish here, want to see it off. I'm not sure how long they can play in this. It's definitely getting a bit heavier. It's actually the first time in the first 2 days we've actually seen rain on our commentary box window as well, so indicates to me it's getting a bit heavier.
where it's
Third
tough
yard.
as a player when you know you're so close to the finish line and that rain starts coming, and especially on a grass court, you can't stay out there for long. It gets so wet quickly.
Keep these points very short. Hope he can break the Ward
30,
serve
40.
here. I've got a funny feeling they're not going to finish this match in one go, because it's going to have quite a profound effect on the second match if they stay out there for too long.
Hot. Game Hewett. Hewett leads by 5 games to love.
Now, normally you'd say to the players, do you want to carry on? But it's not really down to them, is it? It's down to how the conditions are affecting the state of the grounds. And this court in particular, because this is the show court, where all the big matches will be played next couple of days.
It does look like the weather has maybe cleared up a tiny bit. Doesn't look like we can see so much rain. So it might just be lucky for Hewett that we might be able to get through this.
But they won't start the next one if it's still raining.
No, you wouldn't have thought so. But hopefully, I know there's some dark clouds overhead, but touch wood, we can try and get through today's play without too many delays.
Oh, serving for the match, serving for a double bagel is Alfie Hewett.
$15 love.
3 points away. That's why the smiles on the face. And had a massive workout today. Did what he had to do. Hasn't overextend himself too much.
Out.
Probably a good thing for him as well,
30 love.
especially with that shoulder. Doesn't want to put too much pressure on it, and obviously not playing doubles this week either. So probably wants to keep his time on court to a minimum.
Fourth ace for Alfie Hewett, which almost certainly concludes or comes towards the conclusion of this quarter-final match. 3 match points.
Hot.
Just wide, yeah, it was, I think.
It did look wide to me as well. Didn't see a puff of chalk come up.
Denied the 5th ace. Ooh, a double.
40-15.
I think he tried to finish with an ace, though, didn't he? Just got it a little bit wrong.
Yeah, just getting a bit blustery on that toss.
Fault.
2 doubles, back to back.
40-30.
You can hear on our effects mic it is getting just a little bit windier, which hopefully is blowing the clouds away a bit, blowing that rain away that we had for a little bit.
Out. Game, set and match.
Overdoes
by
it
2 sets
on
to
that
love. 6
forehand.
love.
It goes
6
long,
love.
and Alfie Hewett inexorably works his way into the semi-finals. First meeting between the 2 Brits. Dannon would have learned, I'm
Well,
sure, a
ladies
great
and
deal
gentlemen,
about
give it up for our players, Dannon Ward and Alfie Hewett.
And in due course, we will hear from Alfie. So, Anna, you saw the whole thing. What did we learn, if anything, about how Alfie Hewett's prepared not only for this week but for Wimbledon next week.
Well, if he takes that form that he showed today into next week, I think he's going to have a very good week. But it was a much better performance, wasn't it, compared to yesterday? Just looked really clear with what he wanted to do. Very clean match. Just didn't give Dannon Ward anything. Just came out all guns blazing, and he just didn't let up. But I think this will be a really big learning curve for Dannon Ward. I think he'll really be able to see where his game matches up to someone of Alfie Hewett's level. Again, I mentioned multiple times that I think there's some positives to take. He hits a really heavy ball off the forehand and the backhand. He's got the slice, got the drop shot as well. But he's just very raw, isn't he? So it's just about learning how to play the game and what needs to work for him.
I think he's raw and felt he had to give just a little bit too much on some shots just to counteract the aggression, if you like, of the way Alfie plays anyway. Everything was kind of being hit long most of the time, wasn't it, from what I saw?
Just didn't look like he had enough confidence to try and build the point. I think he was so wary of what Alfie Hewett could bring, and he knows that he's able to turn the points around at the drop of a hat. But again, it's just having that patience, isn't it, during those rallies, and understanding that you can prolong them a little bit more. It doesn't need to be winner after winner.
Coming up next, weather permitting, shortly will be Tom Egberink of the Netherlands up against the number 4 seed, Alfie Hewett's normal doubles partner. Not today or this week because they're not playing in the doubles, but Gordon Reid. And then we'll have some women's doubles. In fact, we'll have 2 women's doubles for you with the number 2 seeds, Dida de Groot and Jiske Griffioen. And then we'll see some Brits involved. We'll see Lucy Schuker on one side of the net and Abby Breakwell, who's looking forward very much to be on the show court later on. First time she's ever partnered Emmanuel Morsch as well. So they'll be getting to know each other on court today. First time they play together. And Angelica Bernal will be Lucy Schuker's partner. Right, I think we are going to hear very shortly from Alfie. The court scores, Dida de Groot up against Angelica Bernal. That's on court 2. It's probably coming towards its conclusion. And the juniors today involved in the action. Right, here's Alfie.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a few words from Alfie Hewett. You must be delighted. A pretty quick way to start the day, and you're through to the next round, Alfie.
Yeah, obviously with the rain on the horizon and it being in the air, you want to sort of get on and off as quick as possible, so yeah, glad I did that today.
Yeah, absolutely. Dannon, of course, still a young player. For him, it's a good learning curve. Do you have advice for Dannon, of course, at this level and pushing forwards?
He's laughing at me at the moment, so now obviously he's still quite new to the grass. I remember when I first started playing on grass, it's quite different to what you know in all the years that you've obviously trained before that on the hard or clay. So you know, just be patient. Obviously, you've got plenty of years ahead, so make sure you get some time on it.
Wimbledon around the corner, of course you have your eyes on that, don't you? How great is it to be on the grass here, though, at the Lexus British Open leading into that next week?
Yeah, this event's been you know, incredible so far. To have that opportunity to be able to play matches the week before Wimbledon is new territory for us. Obviously, we've been in Queens and Eastbourne previously, but we've never had a leading event this close to it. So it's really good to see, you know, so many players obviously support this event because they want that opportunity to get matches. So it's obviously a new feeling playing the British Open on grass, but it's yeah, it's a really big thing for our sport.
And happy with where your game's at going into next week?
Yep. It's progressing nicely. You know, quite a quick transition from clay court to grass, but I feel like I've adapted really well so far. Tomorrow will be a tough test against either Martin or Joachim, so I look forward to that one.
A brilliant performance today to start today, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, Alfie Hewett.
Okay, raindrops permitting. It looks fairly clear at the moment. We will have another men's singles match involving Gordon Reid. That'll be up in a few minutes' time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, do stay with us on court one at the Lexus British Open. Our second match of the day isn't too far away, and hopefully the rain holds off as well. Looking forward to it as well. We'll be seeing from the Netherlands, Tom Egberink, and from Great Britain, Gordon Reid, taking on each other next on court one here at the Lexus British Open. That's coming up very shortly, so stick around for that. In the meantime, of course, don't forget to have a wander around this incredible facility at Roehampton with all of our junior matches taking place, and of course the wheelchair championships as well. The fan village is always worth popping into too for your food and beverage and entertainment. And we'll be back on court one very shortly. So whilst we wait for the second match on court one here at the Lexus British Open, let me tell you about the LTA's tennis parks. The LTA has partnered with Barclays, aiming to get 150,000 people playing tennis, rolling out across the nation in 100 public parks by the end of 2024. Barclays Free Parks Tennis will see free 1-hour volunteer-led tennis sessions take place on either Saturday or Sunday at 10 a.m. at public parks throughout England, Scotland and Wales, giving people the chance to enjoy the benefits of tennis, whether their goals are improving their health, meeting new people, or simply trying out a new sport this summer. The sessions will be run by LTA-trained volunteers from the local community, with all tennis equipment provided as well. So far, 175 volunteers have already received training for the role, with recruitment for new Barclays activators, trained volunteers currently ongoing. Of course, we are here until Friday for the Lexus British Open at Roehampton. If you can't be with us for any of the days, don't forget you can watch our live stream on the LTA's YouTube channel. That has all your coverage uninterrupted from here on Court 1. So all matches each day from Court 1 here at the Lexus British Open. Just head to the LTA's YouTube channel to catch the action live.
Play is suspended. Play is suspended.
So, ladies and gentlemen, play temporarily suspended whilst this shower passes through. We'll keep you updated, of course, on when play will resume. In the meantime, perhaps head over to the fan village, which, of course, has covered seating, so you can keep yourselves dry. And, of course, food and beverage outlets as well. We will let you know when play gets underway once again, hopefully very soon. So play temporarily suspended. For fans with us today at the Lexus British Open at Roehampton, please do head over to the fan village. Keep yourself dry, get some food and beverages, and we'll see you back on court soon.
All players must also come off the practice courts. That's all players off the practice courts.
Ready, one more. 3, 2, 1. Don't listen if you're not doing anything. Run. Ready? Get up, get up. Ready, 3, 2, 1. Good. And again. 3, 2, 1. Right, every blade of grass covered. All good on that side? Yeah, alright, run to one. Down there. Ready?
Brooke Black to the referee's office. Brooke Black to the referee's office. It's a tournament announcement. There will be no play before 12:45. That's no play before 12:45.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, boom. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. We're on, ready? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay, a few more. Ready? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay, two more. Ready? Two big ones. Everyone on? Ready? 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Good. Right, half you just at that end and we in the middle. You half. Okay, ready?
1, 2. 1, 2. One, two.
Tom, are we dressing? We're not dressing. Let's dress, ladies and gentlemen, let's dress. Let's dress.
This tournament announcement, all players whose matches were suspended, return to your match court, ready to play. That's all players whose matches were suspended, to your match court, ready for play. Ruben Spargaron, Gustavo Fernandez, to court 4, ready for play. Ruben Spargaron, Gustavo Fernandez, court 4, ready for play. Tom Egberink, Gordon Reed, show court, ready for play. Heath Davidson, Armet Kaplan, Andy Lapthorne, Guy Sasson, court 18, ready for play.
So welcome back to Court 1, everybody, at the Lexus British Open here at Roehampton. We will get underway very shortly on Court 1 with our second match of the day, which will lead into two doubles matches a little bit later on this afternoon. But welcome back onto Court 1, everybody, here at the Lexus British Open. Play will start in the next few minutes or so. So welcome back on to Court 1 here at the Lexus British Open at Roehampton, everybody. We're back underway on our show court today and of course around the entire site as well. We hope you enjoy the tennis with us today. Please welcome now for match 2 on Court 1. It is from the Netherlands, of course, Tom Egberink, and from Great Britain, Gordon Reid. And whilst our players warm up, let's introduce them to you. To the right of the umpire's chair, first up, Great Britain's Gordon Reid. Born in 1991, Reid is from Helensburgh, Scotland. He turned pro in 2008 and has a stunning career to his name and came through the Wheelchair Tennis Performance Pathway Elite programme. In singles, Reid won the gold medal at the Rio Paralympics in 2016 and in the same year won the Australian Open and Wimbledon titles as well. Reid's 24 Grand Slam doubles titles are unmatched. Currently ranked number 5 in the world in singles. Please welcome Great Britain's Gordon Reid. And to the left from the Netherlands, Tom Egberink has 7 singles titles to his name and won the 2012 Wimbledon doubles title. He has a silver and bronze medal coming in the singles and the doubles, both at the 2020 Tokyo Paralympic Games. In playing Gordon Reid today, it's the second British player Egberink will face here at the British Open after defeating Ben Bartram yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Egberink. Our umpire for this match will be Shaka Ben Hermidi from Tunisia.
So welcome back to Roehampton. We've had a bit of a gap, as you all notice. It's been raining, not heavily. We did for about 5 minutes. We did for quite a shower, but the rain has relented. Court, we think, is as dry as it can be, considering that quite a bit of rain fell on it in a short period of time. But I'd say that we're back underway, up and running again. And second of the singles matches for today on court number 1. Very comprehensive win for Alfie Hewett earlier on. 6-love over Darren Ward, fellow Brit. First time they've met. And Alfie, I think overall probably played a bit better than he did in his round of 16 match. He's through to the semi-finals and maybe his doubles partner will join him. The man on picture is the Paralympic silver medalist from 3 years ago in Tokyo, Tom Egberink. And he's still looking for his first victory over Gordon Reid. They've had 21 meetings prior to today. He's only taken a set off him on 3 occasions in those 21 matches. So looking to
3 minutes.
Break new ground. Number 5 in the world, Gordon Reid, up against number 7 in the world in Tom Egberink. As I mentioned, Gordon was the bronze medalist in Tokyo and Tom silver medalist on that occasion. I'll say the weather conditions have improved. We are forecast to have quite a bit of wind during the course of the afternoon, so it'll be kind of very similar conditions to Eastbourne, although we did have 2 days of brilliant sunshine there. Not so much the case in Roehampton today, where it is overcast, but until 5 o'clock it looks like we've got a pretty clear afternoon. And Anne Smith has rejoined me. Gordon Reid will be looking like his doubles teammate Alfie Hewett to make short shrift of this one.
Yeah, he will, especially with these weather conditions as the way they are. Hopefully there won't be any more rain, but Alfie was dominant, and I'm sure he's going to want to send a message out here as well. Gordon Reid.
2 minutes.
Yeah, as I mentioned in the introduction there, only 3 times has the Dutchman taken a set of Gordon Reid in their 21 encounters. So, in terms of head-to-heads, Gordon very much in control of those. So we'll be looking to advance into the last 4. Pretty good, and very much in the control of things yesterday. I'd say probably out of the two of them, Gordon aesthetically played a better match than did Alfie on the first day.
Yeah, definitely. Yesterday, I think, like you said, he was very much in control. I mean, we always see with Gordon Reid, don't we? He's very cool, calm and collected. Doesn't show too many emotions, just was very clinical with what he needed to do out there. I think this is going to be a different kettle of fish this match. But this guy in your picture, he doesn't have a great record against him, does he?
No, and disappointing from a British point of view that we're not seeing Ben Bartram and not Tom Egberink here, because they met up in the round of 16 for the Dutchman, so the British number 3 does not progress, but the Dutchman does. Shaka bin Hamidi is the umpire for this one. Make sure that all is right. All's ready to go for this one. We've got a couple of doubles matches to come off the back of this. Women's doubles matches. Talk to you more about those later on. There's a few hardy souls. It's not exactly the warmest day out there either, and so it's going to get a little bit chilly, a bit blowy
30
later
seconds.
on. But,
Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Egberink won the toss and directed to
tennis
serve.
players on grass. Obviously, Eastbourne last week, Queen's the week before, and Wimbledon next week if you've got a ticket to go and see them. And what I quite like these days, the early days, the wheelchair tennis got banished to court 94. It was kind of, right, how far out can we get them into a Rangi Park? But actually now they are on the show courts often.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see, and it's brilliant when they are playing the finals and they're on court 1 and you see thousands and thousands of people there. Such a fantastic spectacle.
Yeah, it wasn't always thus. Gordon Reid was the first winner of the singles titles in 2016. I say, from what I can recall, more often than not, they wouldn't come into the inner sanctum of Wimbledon. They'd find somewhere for them with normally 2 numbers. But they are now coming into court 1, court 2 for the latter stages. So this time next week, they'll be very much at the heart of their wheelchair tennis operations at Wimbledon. But obviously there's a job to do here first. That's win or get as far as you can in the British Open.
Tom Egberink to serve.
It will be the Dutchman to serve first in this quarterfinal. Good positive start as well from the Dutchman.
15 love.
That's one of those betwixt and between shots. What shall I go for? And in the end, the answer was nothing.
Well, we saw that shot a lot yesterday, didn't we, from Gordon Reid, that higher, deeper ball in defence. Just gives him a lot more time. Really tricky shot to play against.
Out. 30-15. Forty 15. Out. Out. Game. Egberink. First game.
Yeah, good start for the Dutchman. Winning his opening service game to 15. And, just trying to put maybe some early pressure on Gordon Reid. All the other courts are just about getting underway now. They obviously had the same delay and interruption than we've had, but quite a few singles matches to be concluded, and hopefully give you some of the scores from those a little later on.
Gordon ready
Gordon
to serve.
That's a love one.
Not a bad way to
15 love.
start.
Pot. Net second service. Fifteen on. Pot.
Nice little helping hand there from the net
15,
court.
30.
Seen that a few times already this week. That not super tight. Can get a little bit lucky with them.
Fifteen 40.
Well, it's really making him work for these points, and invariably at the moment, Dutchman's coming up with them. 2 break points for 2 love. Ooh.
30
Just
40.
in. That's very tight. Our angle.
There's definitely a look, wasn't there, from Egberink just at the umpire. Thought it might have just crept long. Obviously just clipped the back edge of the line.
Yeah, saw him do that yesterday, didn't we? That was a little stop volley
Yes.
cross court.
I mean, it didn't need to be this good, though, did it? Just look at the angle and how close he manages to get this ball. I mean, that is ridiculous. Unbelievable skills there from Gordon Reid.
Advantage. Great. Game rate.
Well,
One
took
game
himself
on.
out of a bit
First
of a
set.
hole there. Like it might go the way of the Dutchman, but Gordon Reid on the board at 1 game all. First set for a place in the semi-finals of the men's singles in the wheelchair tennis draw. Here's some results from other courts when we have the next change events.
Really impressive stuff the opening couple of games though from Egberink. Really been looking to be super aggressive out here. Knows that he has to try and dominate those rallies.
Well, Gordon Reid's coming in early, trying to keep those points short. But it does seem at the moment just to be working to the benefit of the Dutchman.
Yeah, I think he does want to keep those points shorter. That was a really good squash shot there, they call it, don't they?
Slightly off today.
With,
a few of the rudimentary things he normally gets so right. And not really putting any pressure on the Egberink serve so far. Fairly comfortable hold to start, and looks like he's going to race into a 2-1 lead here.
Just overcooked that one a little bit.
15.
But I don't think he'll mind that forehand error. Trying to do a lot of the right things out here so far in these opening few games.
Yeah, court very much available to him. And the
Egberink
took full advantage
Egberink
of
lead
it.
by 2 games to 1. First set.
Impressive start by the Dutchman. Let's bring up to date toy of Dutchmen. Let's talk about Dutch women now, because wins for 2 of their top names. Iske Griffin has just beaten Momoko Oktani 6-love, 6-3, and not as comfortable, but still straight sets for Dida de Groot. 6-4, 6-4 over Angelica Bernal, and we will see both of those in doubles action on court 1 a bit later on. If you're thinking about coming down to Roehampton today, hopefully the weather is set fair for at least the next 3 or 4 hours. And the moment you can see likes of Gustavo Fernandez up against Ruben Spargaran.
Time.
And also the quarterfinal of the quad doubles, and once again Heath Davidson and Andy Lapthorne on court again, up against each other. Andy with Guy Sasson from Israel and Ahmet Kaplan, and that's going with serve in the first set.
Didn't quite get enough cut under the ball.
15 love.
That's such a good shot from Reid, though. He really just cuts inside it, keeps it low, and is always moving away from his opponent.
Up. 30 love.
Yeah, saw a couple of those at Eastbourne. The player was trying to connect. Ball just did a grubber under the racket. So similar to the last Dutchman serve. Gordon Reed's looking like he's cruising through to make it 2-2.
Game 8. 2 games on.
Yeah, all pretty comfortable on serve so far. Gordon Reed wasn't totally comfortable the first service game. Got through it. That one much more straightforward. 2-2. Neither blinky at the moment, and been very impressed with Egbrink's service game so far. Hasn't allowed Gordon Reed much of a sniff. But they've met 21 times. He's only ever taken 3 sets off the Scotsman in that time.
That's where you wonder when you do have such a poor record against
15.
someone. At what point are you thinking about a change of tactics? You've got to maybe do something completely out of left field, change the dynamic.
Forehand's letting him down a bit, isn't it?
Love 30.
From behind the baseline. At the moment, that's 2 he's dumped into the net. With Gordon not having to do too much in this game so far. He's been given a couple of cheap points. My pen was hovering over the doubles
40.
portion of my sheet as that second serve came in. Just had a feeling about that one, because the first one was way off beam. So 3 break points.
Out. 15-40.
That is such a good point from Egberink again. Just
30,
bringing out that
40.
squash shot forehand. Just the amount of pace that he's able to get on the ball. And again, using that slice just to guide it down the line.
Out.
Well,
Deuce.
saved 3 break points, and the ball nearly landed in our commentary box there, but Deuce again. Egbrink's scrambling very well in this game. As he went 40 down. That was
Advantage.
long.
No, I
Good.
think it was in. I think he was hoping it was long.
Well, we both saw that slightly different, because I thought it was long.
Yeah, I
As
think
indeed did he. But we haven't got any lines judges on that baseline. Can we get a replay on that? I wonder if we can get a replay, see who's right and who's wrong.
I did think it just dipped. He got so much work on the ball.
Well, we'll see when we get to maybe the end of this game. Maybe we can have a quick look and see whether that was long or not. As the umpire's concerned, it wasn't. So Reed has the 4th break in this game.
What?
Behind the chair it goes. All that effort and scrambling.
Lead by 3 games to 2.
Comes to nothing. I just wonder whether the boys in the truck could potentially give us that pivotal ball again. Did it go long or did it go in? We don't have Hawkeye here, we have Smith Eye instead. Smith Eye thinks that was okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I was fairly confident that that was in. But I'm happy to be proved wrong.
Yeah, come on, boys. Give us that replay. What I really want to see, because we want for our own peace of mind. So that ball went long. I'm not sure I'll be able to do it, but there we go. Doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, I suppose, because the umpire, on his vantage point, said the ball was in. Gordon Reid took advantage of it. And we have our first break in the first set. He came back from 40, but wasn't able to close out the game. So, well, number 5 has the advantage midway through this first set.
Pot. Love 15. Love 30. Pot.
No holding back on that backhand.
15-30.
Just didn't do enough with it. Did he? Egberink was just down the middle of the court, set up in the Reid backhand. Could have gone either way.
Out.
Yeah, that was definitely out.
Yeah, he was hoping he was going to change his mind, wasn't he, after the other call?
Yeah, that was visibly a couple of feet beyond the baseline.
Pot.
Just feel like it's these missed opportunities for Egberink, don't you? He's getting into a lot of these games, and then he'll just cough up a cheap unforced error.
40-30. Pot.
Got a lot of work on that forehand.
Yes.
Really kicked up at Reid. Little to even get out the way and get a racket on it. Just couldn't quite get it over the net. Back to Juice.
Some backed up the break, yeah. Got some work still to do, and Brink is making him work a little bit harder.
Out. Advantage
Still
red.
looking over at the umpire. I think he's lost all trust, hasn't he? Questioning every call that's remotely close to the sidelines or baseline.
Not sure that Shaka bin Hamidi will be on his Christmas card list for this year.
Pot.
Oh, yeah, even acknowledged by Gordon
Yes.
Reid. That was an arrow-like return from the Dutchman, who gets the point. Gordon Reid will have to carry on, 'cause it's not his game. It's still 3-2.
Out.
Another missed opportunity. Another second serve return that he doesn't make Gordon Reid play. These are all proving costly for the Dutchman.
Our score is not correct on the screen. Don't worry, we'll get it right for you in a minute.
Out. Game. Right.
Yeah, 4-2 it is now. That was the point he needed. They've lost track, we've lost track. Is it advantage? Oh, it is advantage.
First service. Pot. Use.
First double fault from Gordon Reid. Keeps this game going for a little longer. So it's 3-2 and deuce.
Not sure that shot was on. So far behind the
Advantage,
baseline and pulled
Egberink.
out wide as well. Might have been a higher percentage play to use one of those higher, deeper shots that he loves so much.
Let first service.
Had a really good chance there. Did Egberink of potentially breaking the Reid serve, but he's managed to get that point back. We're back to deuce. Elongated 6th game of the first set.
These are the type of opportunities, though, aren't they, for Egberink, that he's got to take, especially against the caliber of Gordon Reid.
Out. Game. Right.
That's gone long, so Reed does go into a 4-2
lead by 4
advantage.
games to 2.
Yeah, took a bit longer than he might have liked. So under pressure. To get to serve, but he has backed up his break. So 4-2 it is in the first set. In the semi-finals at stake. His doubles partner Alfie Hewett already through. Very comfortable win over Dan Ward. 6-love, 6-love earlier on today.
Love 15. Second service.
Great depth from the Dutchman. And Gordon Reed just advancing a little bit and then having to back pedal and not able to get in position. Annoyed with himself, I think, for his positioning on the court there. Anything else?
Let for service. Put.
Whole court open to him.
15, 30.
Looked like he needed to take one more move to the ball, didn't it? Just kind of got it out in front of him. Wasn't able to get it off the middle of the racket. But we've seen too many times today where there's been some good points followed up by a fairly cheap error.
Out. 30 on.
Yeah, so at the beginning of the match, they would try and keep these points as short as possible. Gordon Reed. But sometimes that shot's just not there, and it wasn't on that occasion.
Out. 30, 40.
Break point for 5-2.
Out. Game, rate.
That will do it.
New balls,
for
please.
the set. Very close to it now, though.
5 games to 2.
Yeah, 5-2 lead for Gordon Reed. He'll come out to serve in just a moment. If you've been watching the wheelchair tennis here, or at Queen's, or at Eastbourne, and would like to get involved, find out what it's all about, the LTA Wheelchair Tennis Initiative Days are coming up in September and October. Free and ideal for people with disability, inspired by the summer of grass court wheelchair tennis we've seen so far, with Wimbledon next week, of course, and then the Paris Paralympics in August. Well, if you go to the LTA website, lta.org.uk, you will find out more details. Could give you all the link, but it's quite a long link, so just look for the Wheelchair Tennis Initiative on there. 4 upcoming days in September and October. They'll be held in Bolton, in Nottingham, and the location where Alfie Hewett and Ben Bartram, the British number 1 and 3, train right now. The National Tennis Centre also just across the way where we are this week. So get involved in that.
Time.
A lot of fun. And those initiatives have produced quite a few of our junior players in recent years. So September, October, Bolton, Nottingham, Norwich, and at the National Tennis Centre here in Roehampton. Gordon Reed has a job to do to finish off, polish off this first set leading by 5 games to 2 with new balls.
New ball. Out.
He doesn't like missing those, does he?
Love 15.
That backhand slice is his bread and butter.
They're what I call very un-Gordon Reid-like errors.
Yeah, you would put your house on him making those slice backhands, wouldn't you? Again, that feels just like another missed opportunity to me. Love 15. Gordon Reid, so far back in the court, really just had to get the ball over the net, and it was his point. All of a sudden could have been love 30 and back to 15 all.
$15.30.
Second double for the number 5.
Hot. $15.40.
Two very bad unforced errors in the Gordon Reid playbook. Let's give the Dutchman 2 break-back points from that previous break. He did have 3 against the serve before, but as we can do this time.
Just had a little bit of extra speed on
30,
that slice,
40.
didn't he? Even more cut than he normally gets.
What was he happy with there?
I think another line call. He's really not agreeing with the umpire today, is he?
Game.
Bit of pent-up frustration and emotion there. A bit of aggression too from Egberink. Allowing Reid a comfortable service game here to close out the first set.
Game Egberink.
That lack of core has got him fired up.
They lead by 5 games to 3.
And there's an immediate break back from the previous breaker serve for the Dutchman. Still chuntering away. Happy he thinks the world's against him a bit today, but he's made his own luck in that game and has broken the Reid serve and will now serve to make it potentially 4-5.
Sometimes things like that can really fire you up there, can't you? It can go one of two ways. Either you use it as a positive or you get a bit deflated and frustrated by it. He's chosen to use it in a positive way.
all. Let for service. $15.30. Out. Area. Let for service.
Well, that's a good second serve. Reed caught in two minds, wasn't he? He was trying to move forward, but the ball just didn't quite reach him. Had to take it on the half volley. Wasn't able to get it out of the middle of the racket.
Covered a lot of ground there, trying to recover that one. You know how important that point was to him in terms of how this first set could progress. Reed is back with parity at deuce.
Advantage, right.
Advantage, which takes the Scotsman to set point.
Yes.
Interesting noise to accompany that winner from the Dutchman. Hanging in just about in this service game, bringing it back to deuce. Well, he won the point anyway, but it did look out to me, like you.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's why I'm there on that call. But Gordon Reed really manoeuvring the chair really well. Chose to go with the forehand. Gave him some options. Just flicked it into the open court.
So point number 2. And that'll do.
Game on
Man's in court. Always frustrated. He's annoyed. Because he had some chances. Had plenty of them too. Did the Dutchman. Yeah, just not really happy with a lot of things at the moment. Happy with his game. But to be fair, it was a good first set. Very competitive. He gave as good as he got, but I think there were a few little breaks that perhaps he thought didn't go his way. And we'll get an idea of how the serve and how the points looked in that first set.
Yeah, I think he feels a little bit hard done by, doesn't he? He's taken a long, hard look at his camp over there in the corner. But again, Gordon Reed just showing his class, wasn't it? It was a pretty close set. You look at total points when it was just 6 that was the difference in that opening set. A lot of cases, though, for Egberink of missed opportunities, taking just one of those 6 that he created. Needs to try and up that first serve points 1 percentage as well. But again, there were so many times throughout that opening set where he had love 15 or 15-30, and then there was just a cheap error that he threw in. Could have been a completely different outlook on that opening set if he'd have taken those chances.
News of another Briton. Andy Lapthorne had a really good win over Heath Davidson yesterday in the quad singles. Well, he's getting the measure of the Australian in the quad doubles as well. He's partnering Guy Sesson of Israel, and they've taken the first set 7-5 against Heath Davidson and Ahmet Kaplan. So first set in the quads doubles. That's the quarter-final. And Lapthorne and Sasson 7-5 in the first. Gustavo Fernandez has won the first set against Ruben Spargaran as well on court 4, and it's 2-1 up in the second. It's going to serve.
$15 love.
Never known a player in wheelchair tennis who put those balls in positions where you just cannot reach them. Third, fourth bout, you still can't get to them. And Gordon has this wonderful ability to make the ball just die on the court like that.
I think that's when you have a game like Gordon Rees. He's not necessarily the biggest power player out there. Doesn't necessarily possess the speed of someone like a Alfie Hewett or Gustavo Fernandez or that sort of player, so he finds other ways to win points, and he's so crafty. He knows exactly where the spaces are on the court.
Game, right.
And those the areas his opponent cannot return and just can't get the ball back into play. And there's a good case in point, and that rattled through to that first service game of set number 2. 6-3 and 1 love up. First set, 41 minutes, by the way. He'll be looking to try and curtail this one as best as possible. He'll be out there for any longer than he needs to be. No doubles, of course, considerations for him this week, but he'd love to be into that semi-final as rapidly as possible. He's got a really good reach, isn't he?
That is unbelievable. Just the way he's able to flick the wrist. We've seen a couple of times he's been able to use that squash shot that I mentioned. Normally he's been getting a lot of pace on it, but to just be able to hit the drop shot and control it, so impressive.
Well, I think Gordon Reed wins the award for the highest ball of the week so far. This is coming down from Jupiter, that one. It went so high. But Egberink waited and bounced. Trying to work out if that's the noise of his chair or him making that noise, because it sounds like a trill that he keeps doing, but it's rattling through this one, as Reed did the previous game.
That backhand, it's just a work of art, isn't it? If anyone wants to see how to hit a slice backhand, look no further than Gordon Reed.
Hot.
Well, we've got to come in. You've got to come in with a purpose. And kind of held back on that shot there. Dumped it into the net. Still game point.
Game. Egberink. 1 game on, second set.
Yeah, wouldn't be the only person that gets a bit cold on a July afternoon in London. Madrid's got 34 degrees today. We've got about 18.
If we're lucky.
Yeah. Wind's starting to pick up just a little. Yeah, could have gusts of up to 25 today, but it's not affecting the players too much at this stage.
Love.
Showing off both the slice and the topspin backhand. Getting it both just as well. Got so much variety in his game, Gordon Reid.
Out. 30-15.
Don't often see Gordon Reid remonstrating with himself, but it was quite a basic error for somebody of his caliber.
Just didn't quite need to be that close to the line, did it? 9 times out of 10 he'd make that forehand.
$40-15.
Body language-wise, you say both players aren't exactly happy with themselves at the moment. Egberink certainly is not.
$40-30. Game, right. Reid lead by 2-1.
Reid then with his nose in front in the second set. Elsewhere, it looks like Yui Kamiji is on the verge of taking the first set in her
women's quarter-final against Lee. 5-1. They're at Deuce. Quite a long, very long fourth game between Gustavo Fernandez and Ruben Spargaran. It's 2-1 and Deuce. Been Deuce for a while in that one. Zhu Zhenjian is playing Annick van Hout. 3-1 with a break and an advantage to the Chinese. And still going very well for Lapthorne and Sasson on court 18 in the quads quarter-final. 7-5 first set. They've got 1 love. They've already broken, and 2 points for 2 love in that one. Still to come on this court, a couple of women's doubles matches. The conclusion of this one, Gordon Reed in the ascendant, having taken the first set 6-3 in 41 minutes. 2-1 up in the second.
Clever return. Talked about putting balls in places that the opponents don't like, and that was exactly that. Didn't have so much pace on it, just had so much work and spin and accuracy as well.
Made something out of nothing there. It was aimed back at the chair. Always difficult to adjust yourself, but he managed to slice it down the line and get the point. 15 all.
30-15. Hot.
Just missed a few too many of those slice backhands. Wasn't that much on the return from Reed. Was there to be hit. Oh, that is nice, isn't it?
40-30.
Had to play that shot a few times today. Moving backwards. Almost taking the ball from behind him. Finds the angle though.
Game.
Deja vu. Same shot from the previous point.
2 games all.
Well, if it's effective once, why can't it be effective twice? And it was, wasn't it? So, going with serve in the second set. 2 games all. The similarity between these two is they're both Grand Slam doubles winners from Wimbledon. It's going to go back to 2012 for Tom Egberink. And made semi-final of 2 other Grand Slams, Australian Open, the US Open. Quarter-final on 3 occasions in doubles, French Open, 22, 23 and 24.
Out.
Just.
15 low.
I think when Gordon was hurtling towards it, he wasn't too sure.
I wasn't too sure either. Egberink just having a little look over his coach, who is smack on that baseline. Just confirming that it was long, only just.
Love.
Doesn't think that serve was in either.
40 love.
Second ace for Gordon Reid, first coming very early, first in this set.
Game, right. Red lead by 3 games to 2.
Be interested if I was on court 4 to see what's going on here between, I mentioned it in the last break, last change of ends. Gustavo Fernandez winning the first set 6-2. Game 4 of set 2 has been going on since the last break, right? It's only just concluded. So I don't know how many juices there were in that game. It's 2-2, but yeah, it was 2-1 when I updated that score last, which has got to be at least 6-7 minutes ago. They've only just concluded that game, so that was one of the longest games probably in wheelchair tennis history, the fact that it's still going. But just concluded. Zhu 4-2 up against Annick van Hout. They're moving on quite a pace on court 18 now because Andy Lapthorne and Guy Sasson have a double break.
Time.
3-love in the second after taking the first set 7-5. That's 15 all in the latest game. Here on court number 1, going pretty well, not rapidly, but going all right for Gordon Reid at the moment, though there's no break. 3-2. Tom Egberink will serve to make it begin. 3-3.
Out. Love 15.
Don't think that's going to help his mood, is it?
No, he's not going to be very happy with that.
Love 30.
It's on Gordon's side. He probably thinks the umpire's on Gordon's side as well. Everything conspiring against the Dutchman at this stage.
Love 40.
That will not help his mood one iota.
Let for service. Out. 15-40. Game, Reid. Reid lead by 4 games to 2.
Break has come. Break taken by Gordon Reid. Now, can he push on to get what's required to finish this set off? 4-2 to the world number 5.
Out. 15 love.
It's looking a little bit dispirited now as the Dutchman. After putting in a really good show here today, just things aren't quite working out as he would like them to. Seen that play a few times today, haven't we? Into that corner.
Just so hard for Egberink to do anything. So hard to manoeuvre the chair back behind him. The ball's always moving away from him.
Hot. Very 15.
Oh, what great retrieving.
30 on.
Twice there. Dutchman was not favoured to win that point. Suddenly he made himself a favourite.
And then just here, look at the amount of racket head speed he's able to generate to be able to get that ball on the stretch, dipping inside the baseline.
Yeah, needed some more height. Needed to be a lob really, but from that position it was difficult to do. Just
40, 30.
retrieving.
Did well just to even get this one back, didn't he?
Yeah,
to pick that up on the half volley. Actually made replay a tricky ball here.
Good anticipation by the British number 2. There's another break point for 5-2.
Let's second service. Game, Raid. New balls, please. Raid lead by 5 games to 2.
That might well be the decisive break here in the second set. Gordon Reid goes ahead by 5-2. And we'll want to close this out quickly as he anticipates a semi-final on Thursday. Egbrink's impressed me today, though. He's got some of those more than 50-50 balls, which we weren't anticipating he probably would get today, and he's kept Reid honest all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. Plays some good stuff. Just hasn't been able to string it together often enough, especially that forehand. It's a big weapon of his, isn't it? It's just such a heavy shot. Gets a lot of work on the ball, and the slice backhand as well. I think the only thing that's just let him down has just been shot selection at times. He's had moments where he's had opportunities in the game.
Time.
Where you think, okay, really can press on, but just thrown in a couple of silly mistakes. And that's really what's been the costly thing for the Dutchman today.
Well, his time on this court may not be very long, because balls are back on his racket, with Reid smelling victory at 5-2 to the Scotsman. Brink has to hold on to his serve here. It's all done and dusted.
Love 15. Hot. Love 30. Love 40.
Just peppering this game with double faults. Yeah, temper. 3 match points. Gordon Reid to progress to the last 4. Well, it's going to continue this match a little longer.
15-40.
Detect a few more rain spots on the camera lens there.
Don't say it.
Well, it looks fairly clear outside. It might just be a few little putting coats on in the stand.
Game, set and match. Raid
Well,
by
that's
2
a good way to
seconds.
end it.
6-3,
Nice
6-2.
Forehand into the corner. Number 7 couldn't get to it. And we are done and dusted as far as the second singles match of the day on court 1 is concerned. Alfie Hewett followed in close order by his doubles teammate.
For the Lexus British Open, Tom Egberink and Gordon Reid.
6-3, 6-2. Final scoreline in this quarter-final. In a few minutes' time, we will hear from Gordon as to how he's feeling going into that last 4. Yes, it was made to work quite hard. Once again, we said it a couple of times yesterday. Scoreline doesn't always indicate how difficult the match turned out to be, and only 5 games for the Dutchman might be a bit on the slow side, or the small side, shall we say.
Yeah, I think if you look at the context of the match, I think it was a lot closer. I think there was a lot of drawn-out rallies. I think Egberink had his chances, didn't he? There were a lot of times where he had 15-30 in games and break-point opportunities, especially in that first set, that he just didn't take. But I do think this was a step up in level for Gordon compared to his match yesterday. More aggressive, that slice backhand was really working. The serve was working well as well. The forehand, he was getting a lot of free points on it. So he's progressing nicely from day to day.
Yeah, as I recall yesterday, he just about escaped the end of the match with the rain. And there was a bit just lurking around towards the end of this one, but didn't actually have any impact. Didn't cut across his victory. But there are a few spots now, and it could potentially be. We'll have a little delay before we get into the first of the women's doubles. 2 matches that we have for you on court 1. Hopefully not before we've had some words of wisdom for our winner. But there certainly are a few more drops which weren't in the forecast. So it was looked to be fairly clear till 5 o'clock, but a few just spuriously and uninvitedly arrived on court 1 here at Roehampton. But we will hear from the British number 2, or number 5, Gordon Reid, about how that went. 6-3, 6-2. Yeah, transfers from his tennis wheelchair into his normal wheelchair. And we'll have some words, I think, from him coming up any moment now.
Well, Gordon Reid, you are into the semi-finals of the Lexus British Open. Talk us through that match. You must be delighted.
Yeah, I'm happy to come through in straight sets. Tom's a great player and he's dangerous on grass with his game. So, after a pretty tight start, I'm happy with the way that I sort of saw it off in the second set.
I guess making it a quick affair from your side is always good when there's a threat of rain all day long, and those gusts of winds make it challenging on court as well.
Yeah, difficult conditions today, quite a little bit chilly and a little bit drizzly out here. So yeah, like you say, happy to get it done with not too much time on court, and feel a little bit fresher for the next one.
Absolutely. What's your plan ahead of the semi-final tomorrow?
I haven't really thought that far ahead, to be honest. But yeah, just to do all my usual recovery today, and then look ahead to next.
Hopefully some sunshine tomorrow as well. Congratulations today. We've loved watching you once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, Gordon Reid.
Thank you.
Yeah, job accomplished fairly comfortably. And before we take a little break for the women's doubles, just to update you elsewhere, see how Lapthorne and Sasson are doing. Well, 5-2, they've got another break, I think, so they're 3 points away from victory over Heath Davison and Ahmet Kaplan. Aniek van Koot has turned around her match with you quite a bit. She's 2 points away from victory at 5-4. The Gustavo Fernandez Ruben Spokaren match has changed completely. 6-2 to the Argentine first, 5-3 to the Dutchman second. So that could easily be going 3. And Lee and Kamiji are 5 games on. Next up here will be Dana Mathewson and Manami Tanaka up against Dida de Groot and Jiska Griffion. They'll be with us in a few minutes' time. That'll be the next action.
Coming up very shortly indeed. 4 matches in total on court 1 today. 2 more to come, as I say, the women's doubles. On the way very shortly. In the meantime, of course, feel free to have a wander around the site here at Roehampton with plenty of tennis going on across the juniors and, of course, the wheelchair championships and the fan village, where you can sit back and relax. There's some covered seating, food and beverage options for you there as well. We'll be back on court 1 in just a moment. So welcome along to Court 1 at the Lexus British Open here at Roehampton, everybody, on what is proving to be a smashing day on all of our courts today. We hope you enjoyed this next one on Court 1 as we turn our attention to the women's doubles. So ahead of this next one, please allow me to introduce you to our players. To the left of the umpire's chair, Dana Matthewson began her tennis life when her mum used to take her to various sports camps. She then attended the University of Arizona on a tennis scholarship. She has competed at both the Tokyo and Rio Paralympic Games, and her biggest success today was winning the Wimbledon doubles title in 2022, becoming the first American woman to win a major title. Her playing partner, Manami Tanaka, is from Japan and was born in 1996. She turned pro in 2014 and is currently number 8 in the world in the doubles game. She has 46 doubles titles to her name. Together, Tanaka and Matthewson have reached the semi-finals of the French Open and the US Open. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Dana Matthewson and Manami Tanaka. To the right of the umpire's chair, Dina de Groot is the world number 1 in both the women's doubles and singles game. Born in 1996 in the Netherlands, she started playing tennis at the age of 7, turning professional at 17. Incredibly, she has won all 4 Grand Slams multiple times in both the singles and doubles games. At the last Paralympic Games in Tokyo, she also won gold in both the singles and doubles. Her playing partner here at the Lexus British Open is Yiska Grothion. In 2015, Grothion established herself as the world's number 1 wheelchair tennis player, winning 2 out of 3 singles events at Grand Slams. After finishing runner-up at the 2006 Australian Open and 2013 Roland Garros, the Dutch right-hander finally won her first Grand Slam in 2015 with victory at the Australian Open. 5 months later, she took home the title at Roland Garros to move herself up to number 1 in the world rankings. Grothion is a 20-time major winner, 16 of which have come in the doubles game, and she comes here to the Lexus British Open, having won both the singles and doubles titles at Eastbourne last week. Ladies and gentlemen, Dina de Groot and Yiska Grothion.
Okay, where do we start with the Dutch combination?
From the USA.
Dina de Groot has done it all many times over. She has won the Australian Open fewer than 6 times. She's won the French Open 5 times. She's won Wimbledon 5 times. She won the US Open 6 times. That's her teammate, a doubles partner for this, Yiska Grothion. But we are looking at the far and away number 1 best women's singles player in this country, and indeed in the world.
Yeah, she's an incredible athlete, isn't she? I mean, you just listed all of the things she's won. I mean, it's just ridiculous, and it doesn't show any signs of stopping.
In terms of doubles, we can add those in as well. 5-time Australian Open doubles champion, 6 times French Open, 3 times Wimbledon, and 5 times US Open. So we're not talking about her singles expertise. We're talking about somebody who's been very successful in doubles and also in the singles as well. So de Groot and Grothion, despite the great results they've had, only started playing together as a doubles partnership last year, reigning British Open and Wimbledon champions. And they've won 2 titles from 3 finals in 2024. So you can see the task that faces the Japanese-American pair of Dana Matthewson and Manami Tanaka. They certainly have their work cut out.
1 minute.
And so at this stage, for those who are new to wheelchair tennis, I asked the question, why are the Dutch so good in women's tennis? Because it goes back to Verheer and pretty much everybody that's come subsequently.
I think that's a good question. I think everyone else wants to know the answer, don't they? Because they just seem to keep producing players on the men's and the women's side as well. The likes of Niels Vink, Sam Schroeder. Obviously, saw in the previous match as well, Tom Egberink,
30 seconds.
Michael Schaefer's yesterday. It's just a procession line, isn't it? They obviously seem to have a good formula.
But look at the women's in particular, and you've got de Hoot, you've got
Griffin, you've got De Groot, and there are plenty more knocking on the door to get through there. And that's been the case for the last 20, almost 30 years in Dutch wheelchair tennis.
I think it's when you have someone up at the top, isn't it, who can inspire you. Obviously, when you see someone winning and you think, oh, I can do that, so they pick up the racket, and then all of a sudden you get more players picking up the racket, and then there's a pool of players, and you know, that competition, they've got that level and they're always striving to be the best.
So this is the quarterfinals of the women's doubles. We'll have another women's doubles for you later, which will involve a couple of Britons as well on different sides of the net. But interesting, because I've actually seen De Groot play for a while. She wasn't in Eastbourne, so, well, she wasn't on any of the courts I saw anyway last week. So first look for me of her and Jessica Griffin I did see in the women's doubles final. But we'll look forward to seeing what's going to happen with this one. Matheson and Tanaka, we know, definitely have their work cut out to try and keep the Dutch pairing, the Wimbledon champions, at bay. So it will be Tanaka to serve first. I think we might see quite a bit of that during the course of the next however long it is.
I think it's going to be tough for Mathewson and Tanaka just to find any weaknesses in the Griffey and De Groot game.
Out. 15 off.
Tanaka does set her chair up quite wide too, doesn't she? She's almost on the tram lines there.
Obviously just looking to try and get a little bit more angle where she slices the ball.
That's too good. Just died on the court. Took all the way off it, and that did put the Dutch woman out of range of releasing it again.
Out. 40-15. Out. Game. Mathewson Tanaka.
Good start to 15. Let me just update you on some good news for Great Britain. Sorry, got another point to the 40-30. There you go.
They hit the chair, didn't it?
Yeah, they did.
I didn't quite see it.
Before it hit the ground, point to the opponent.
Yeah. Well spotted by Anna, not quite so quickly spotted by the umpire, or indeed by me, but it is back to 40-30.
Use.
Well, they thought they'd won the game, and as it turns out, it's back to deuce now.
bit lucky there. Not sure that came out the middle of the racket, but they'll take it. Another game point here.
A couple of unusual unforced errors by the Dutch pairing there.
First game.
First game to go to 8 of Matthewson and Tanaka. Yeah, as I was saying a few moments ago, good news, British point of view, in the men's doubles quarter-final. Ben Bartram and Daniel Kawasaki beaten Abassi and Soma Sundaram 6-love, 6-love. And the conclusion of the match between Heath Davison and Ahmet Kaplan and Andy Lapthorne and Guy Sasson. Win for the British-Israeli pair, 7-5, 6-2. They're on their way through to tomorrow's semi-final.
Such a good shot. Just pushing the ball deep, getting her opponent behind the baseline and then being able to use that short drop shot angle. Really smart play there from Matthewson.
Out. 15 all. Thirty, 15.
There certainly is no lack of talking between the Dutch pair. It's not terribly effective at the moment, though. They're struggling a little bit on this first service game.
Out.
Wow, how many attempts do they need to put that one away?
40,
That's why you love doubles, isn't it? I love the communication between the players as well. So many elongated rallies, and like you said, there were a few opportunities.
Out. Game to Griffin. One game all. Dana Matthewson to serve.
It looked like both players were trying to go for it. Maybe a slight bit of miscommunication there. De Groot at the end just realising that was hers, just couldn't quite get up to the ball. Again, really smart use of that drop shot.
All. $15.30.
Such a good shot there, using the slice, finding the angle again. Wasn't easy. That was a big moment as well. Could have been down 2 break points.
$40.30.
That's one of the imponderables of grass. Grass, sometimes it doesn't quite come up flush on the racket as you want it to. Point for 2-1 for the American-Japanese pair.
Out. Use.
Made the move, didn't she? Set it up, got what she wanted. Looked to intercept it at the net, just wasn't able to pull it off this time.
Use. Let. First serve. Out. Advantage, Mathewson.
This time made no mistake, did she, with that interception at the net? Again, making that smart move forward. You can see here using that slice again. This time found the angle.
Also, the big difference to me, women's tennis with the Dutch pairings, they love to come to the net. They want to come to the net, whereas a lot of others are quite reluctant, tend to play a baseline game, try and work it that way. Extra element to the Dutch women's outlook on the sport. See them come in wherever they can, try and get close to the net, try and intercept where they can. Whereas probably find Mathewson and Tanaka will stay pretty well rooted to the baseline throughout. Break point for the Dutch.
Game de Groot-Griffin.
Double fault for Mathewson and Tanaka.
Lead 2 games to 1.
Of the match on either side of the net. There's the early break in set number 1. Just bringing up to date, I thought we might have an upset on court number 4 for a while. Ruben Spargaran has taken the second set against Gustavo Fernandez and looked to be in the ascendant. Early stage of the third, but the Argentine, world number 3 up against the world number 10, is now 4-2, 30 all. Still going on court 6 between Zhu and Van Koot. And the Dutch woman 6-4 first set, but Zhu 4-2 up with the break and looking pretty good in the second one. And they've just got on court 18 for the quads doubles quarterfinal. Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink back again to the Dutch we were talking about before. Now the number 1 seed up against the kind of fledgling combination. I think it may well be the first time Gary Cox and Greg Slater played at the senior level anyway together. And it's quite a slow start. That's 7 or 8 minutes in. Just 1 game apiece at this stage. Here, early break for Dieder de Groot and Jiske Griffin. And 2 games to 1 they lead.
Fault. Out.
Dieder looking down the other end of the court, surprised she missed that. It sounded good off the racket. There've just been a few surprising errors from the Dutch pair early on. That was a lovely drop shot. Just took all the pace off the ball. Used a little bit more height on this one, really got the ball to just die. Griffin nowhere near it.
Out. Love 40.
Not quite going to plan from the Dutch women's point of view. 3 break points against them.
Mathewson this time making the move forward.
15-40.
It was the right idea. She wasn't able to execute the volley.
30-40. Fault. Let second serve. Use.
Added some extra pace, didn't she? The Dutch pairing just starting to move through the gears, starting to open up the court a lot better, trying to find a lot more width, and all of a sudden they're finding those spaces.
Game to good.
Well, extricated themselves out of quite a big hole there, did the Dutch pair, and immediately switched to overdrive. This is what we can do. This is why we have the #1 doubles player on our team, because that's exactly what we can do when we feel like it. Back out the break, 3-1. And now the ball's with Manami Tanaka again. Second time round.
Left 15. Left 30.
Dutch pair just starting to find their groove, aren't they? They're the one dominating a lot more of these rallies.
Note to self, don't bring them into the net.
Easier said than done. Worked that time, they didn't it?
Good interception, yeah.
Matthewson chose to use that short one again. Brought the group forward. This time followed it in herself, took it on the drive volley.
I could wax lyrical about this pair all day, but I do like the way they mix it up. They've got pace, they've got power, but they've also got finesse, so they can do those nice little shots that stop on the court and just don't ever progress any further. And that's a good example to give them 2 more break points. Didn't expect that.
Almost a tiny bit of miscommunication down the Japanese-American end, wasn't there? They're almost both going for the same ball. Thankfully, they managed to get out of the way, but still facing a break point.
Up touch. Game to Griffin.
Yeah, because the again, second time in this match this happened. Ball off
Griffin
the
lead 4 games to 1.
frame of the
First set.
wheel, and quick change in call by the umpire. Goes the way of de Groot and Griffin. Now 4-1 up. Yes, rare you see that twice in 5 games, but we just have.
Yeah, it wasn't easy to get out of the way of the ball, though, was it? Especially with the pace that de Groot hits it at. Actually got a little bit fortunate because that was going pretty far long.
Yeah, made the original call. Obviously in favour of the Japanese-American pair, but had to change it. Yeah, we are, well, actually not quite as much on the pathway today as we were yesterday. We're coming right over our heads, a little bit further out today on the flight path into Heathrow. Quite as noisy as it was on Tuesday. Just have a quick look and see if there's anything advanced much elsewhere. Looks like it could be one set all very soon between Kamiji and Lee. Kamiji's taking the first set 7-5, but in fact, no, she's turned it around now, so 5-3. Kamiji on her way potentially to a place in semi-finals of the women's singles. In the juniors, Charlie Robertson of Great Britain up against Hayden Jones of Australia. Has taken the first set 6-1, lead to 4-2 in the second. And I think that's all. There's a lot of junior matches just underway. Brooke Black and Hannah Reid up against El Alami and Falmanova. And that's going with serve. Game to love to El Alami and Val to Manova. Back here, it's kind of going the way we anticipated, maybe not in the way that we anticipated. 4 games to 1. What to Groot and Griffin.
Clever play there. Again, the Dutch pair just asserting their dominance a lot more now on these points. And you mentioned earlier as well, just the variety that they have. They've got so many different ways to win points. It's not just the power they both have. They've got so much finesse, so much quality, and they're both such clever players.
(30-15).
Well, I think she did get a racket on that, so I'm not going to put it down as an ace. I think she just touched it on the way through. But gives them 2 points for 5-1.
Ball. 40-30.
Double coming out of the blue for the Dutch pairing. Feeling a bit annoyed with herself. Indeed, goes, well, these things happen. Shrug of the shoulders, still got game point, and indeed they have for 5-1.
Game to Griffin.
5-1.
Griffin lead, 5 games to 1.
Rapidly running away from Matheson and Tanaka here after a very promising start. Took a long time to get those first 3 games done, but the next 3 have taken nowhere near as long. And now it's down to Matheson and Tanaka. In this case, Matheson to try and hold on to a serve, extend the first set.
Out.
And the errors are just creeping in, aren't they?
15.
Matheson still looking to be proactive. She's looking to be the one to come forward in these rallies. Tanaka happy, or happier rather, to stay at the baseline.
That was such a good serve as well. It deserved a bit more, didn't it?
Left 30.
Terrific serve. But so you are up against best player in the world, singles and doubles, and she retrieves balls that just nobody else seems able to in women's singles.
Back again. It was there on a racket for the forehand. It just didn't quite get in the right position. Just got that extra injection of pace, doesn't she?
40.
She's lethal when she gets it on that forehand.
Two set points then for De Groot and Griffin. Yeah, that'll do it. That will do it for
6 games
De Groot
to 1.
and Griffin.
Ball change, please.
Slowly but surely built their way into that first set. It wasn't overly dramatic or impressive in the first 3 games, but once they got that bit between their teeth and got the momentum going, there was nothing stopping them. 6-1, and very conclusive completion of that first set. Look happy with things, and all of that happening in the space of 32 minutes.
Yeah, it got better and better, didn't it? Maybe a few shaky games in that opening set from Griffin and De Groot, but they got better and better. First serve points won, they were so much more dominant, 71% compared to just the 45. Matheson and Tanaka had chances though, didn't they? They created those 3 break points, but the Dutch pairing were a lot more clinical, and you're just struggling to really see how Matheson and Tanaka are really going to find ways to hurt them now. De Groot and Griffin, like I said, have just gone through the gears. They're a lot more aggressive, and they've got so many different ways to win points. They're happy to stay on the baseline. They've got that ability to come forward to the net, but they've also got that finesse. They're able to use the drop shot as well. It's a really tricky pairing to face, isn't it?
They look very comfortable on grass as well. It might be, as we mentioned, Wimbledon champions last year, but you would not bet against them winning it again this year, would you? Because they're just, to me, when they get in the groove, and it took them a little while today, but when they get in the groove,
they don't seem to have anything that you can really battle against or capitalise on.
No, I was watching that and I really was trying to think what are areas consistently that you're able to hurt them against. And to be honest, the thing that stood out was that they were making the errors. They were the ones giving their opponents the points. There were sporadic moments where, yeah, they were able to hit the short ball, Tanaka and Mathewson, and come forward a little bit. But consistently, I'm struggling to see where a pair is going to hurt the Dutch pairing.
Well, we'll see whether they can, with new balls, get into the thick of the action in set 2. Dutch are a set to the good.
Team left. Touch.
Oh, it's happened again.
Again. Third time.
30 left.
I mean, this is so unfortunate, isn't it?
I think in all time we've been covering wheelchair tennis, I think I already see it happen about half a dozen times. I've seen 3 in a set and a bit.
Yeah, same.
$30-15. Out. 40-15. Game to Brooke Griffin.
Nice idea. Trying to go to an area where two Dutch
First
women
game,
weren't.
second set.
Rose will be comfortable. Hold for De Groot and Griffith. Just to confirm, a win for Hewett. That's Li Shenhui of China, 7-5, 6-3. And eventually a win, I think. Just waiting to clarification of this for, well, she's not come up yet, so it must still be in progress. That extended match involving Gustavo Fernandez. Yeah, still going. 6-5 to Fernandez in the third. It's 2 hours and 10 minutes, that match. Still not resolved yet.
Left 15.
By the way, Zhu and Van Hout are into a third set. 6-4 to the Dutch woman, 6-4 to the Chinese in the second. That's got a bit of time to go yet too.
All.
Important here though, Mathewson and Tanaka just keep trying to cling on to the coattails of the Dutch pairing.
Had too much time. I think it's one of those occasions where she had so much time to work out what she was going to do with the next ball. She just stuck it halfway up the net. Don't get many of those. That's a bit of a collector's item.
Knew though that was going. It was going straight at her, wasn't it? Thankfully, the net got in the way.
Yeah, kind of surprised she gave her another look at that. But she did. Again, it's a tough service game for Matthewson.
Another surprising miss on the forehand. It's been a couple this game. Normally we don't see those errors from De Groot, do we?
No, she's allowed them back in. Knowing smile, little nod. Note to self, don't do that again. I doubt very much whether she will. All right in the corner. That could have been better placed if she tried. She actually taken her chair up to the end of the court and placed it there herself. That was impeccable. Intersection of tram line and baseline. Landed right at the intersection of both of those. So no advantage point. I'll play this one a bit better.
Out.
Don't need to. Because the mistake is made off the racket of Tanaka. So it's going to give the Dutch pairing 2-love lead. And truly on their way to victory in this quarterfinal. 6-1 first set. 2-love second. And it's going to be Griffillon to serve.
Fault.
Had the chance, didn't they? They worked the point really well. The group just digging the ball out, making their opponent play an extra shot. And that's the problem when you're playing against a pair like De Groot and Griffillon. You feel like you've got to go for a little bit too much. Just come up with another ace. She loves that one out wide on the ad side. Able to get so much work with the wrist to direct the ball.
$30-15.
There it is again, that out wide serve.
40-15.
It's really been a standout one for Griffillon. Maybe Tanaka's just going to have to try and shift her position over a little bit more, cover that serve.
Let. First serve.
There's some pace behind that return, wasn't there, from Matthewson?
40-30. Games are good.
Too good. And that is 3-love in the second set. Just 6-1 first set. Right, the marathon on court 4 is over. Took a while, took 2 hours and 12 minutes. But Gustavo Fernandez, the number 3 in the world, did come through against Dutchman Ruben Sparkaran in 3 sets. 6-2 to the Argentine first set, 6-3 to the Dutchman second set, 7-5 in the third. So it went almost total distance, 2 hours and 12 minutes. And I think there were a couple of Brits in that draw who might be going, quite nice if Fernandez went out, but he didn't. He's still there. So we have the number 1, number 2, number 3 seeds still in the competition.
It's always good for the tournament, isn't it? It's always good when the seeds are able to get through, but like you said, I'm sure they were secretly hoping that he was going to go out.
Yeah, so there was one game in that which I kept looking at and didn't seem to have changed. I thought, oh, Wi-Fi's gone down, but I think it was the 5th game of the second, was it the third set, which just seemed to go on forever. By the way, Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink have taken the first set against Britain's Gary Cox and Greg Slade in the quad doubles quarterfinal, 6-2, 2-love, and they're into a third set between Zhu and Van Koot, 6-4, 6-4. Now they're into the third set.
Love 15.
Just look at the court position from De Groot. I was watching her. She was on the prowl, wasn't she? She was so close to the service line by the time she made contact with that second serve return.
Out.
Only just missed the chair, didn't it? Thought surely we couldn't have had that for a 4th time.
Fault. All. Fault. Thirty, 40. Game to Griffin.
Yeah, it's inexorably
Good
going
Griffin
one
lead,
way.
4 games to love.
After a pretty competitive, although the scoreline may not suggest so. 6-1 first set to the Dutch pairing, number 1 seeds. It's all pretty much one-way traffic now. Ruud and Griffin with their nostrils smelling victory. A couple of games away, got to hold on to their serve first.
15 love.
Good way to start.
Fourth ace.
Out.
They've just got better and better, haven't they, as this
30 love.
match has gone on. The Dutch pairing, they just complement each other so well in terms of styles.
Forty love. Fault. Out. 40-15. Out.
Ooh. Slightly overdid it. See what she was trying to do. Try and make that a winner, but just a bit too much pace on it. So they haven't secured game 5 in set 2 yet.
Fault. Out. Game to Griffin.
But they have now. It's 5
Griffin
straight
lead,
games
5 games to love.
in this
Second
set.
And by 1 set to love.
It's looking like we'll see these two back in the semi-finals tomorrow. Last of the men's quarterfinals, just underway. And Joachim Gerard up against Martin De La Puente. That could be quite a good encounter too. Maybe not quite 2 hours and 12 minutes, but we'll see. It's 1 game apiece in that one. In the stages of set 3, Zhu against Van Koot. Set a piece, going with serve. 2-1 in the second. Looks like Gary Cox and Greg Slade may not be on court much longer against Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink. 6-2 for the Dutch pairing. First set for love in the second. Earlier today, wins. Hello. Hello. Wins for Gustavo Fernandez, mentioned that. Oh, she's blowing his kisses now, that's lovely, isn't it? Yui Kamichi for Andy Lapthorne and Guy Sasson in the quads quarter-final against Heath Davidson and Ahmet Kaplan. You'll have seen, if you're watching our feed, Gordon Reid beating Tom Egberink 6-3, 6-2. And you also have seen a win for Alfie Hewett over Dannon Ward. First match on this court today, 6-love, 6-love. Maybe 1 game away from conclusion of this women's doubles quarterfinal. That died, didn't it?
That is such a good slice. Just knifing through the court, stayed so low over the net, barely made it over. Just look at that.
The thing that was in danger there were caterpillars, because the racket wasn't anywhere near it.
Out. Love 30.
Two points away. Both of these players won their singles matches earlier today, so they've still got 4 contingent of events to worry about the last 2 days. Nicely done. Nicely done.
Just telegraphed that shorter ball, didn't she? Griffin was already on the move.
So, 3 match points. He dropped 1 game so far. It looks like they're going to do just that over 2 sets. The Dutch pairing, 5 love and 3 match points.
Out. Game, set, and match for
And
Griffin.
1 is all they need.
2 sets to love.
He raced through that.
6-1.
First set was
6 love.
32 minutes. I'd say that was probably more like 23 minutes myself, because there were some extended and protracted games in the first set, but they all seem to rapidly race by.
Ladies and gentlemen, here on court one of the Lexus British Open at Roehampton,
quick
give it up once again
from Egberink and Jessica Griffin. We'll see them in singles tomorrow. We'll see them back in the doubles as well. And we'll hear from both the Dutch women, I think, in a few minutes' time. But certainly on the evidence we've seen today, I couldn't think of any way of betting against them for Wimbledon next week.
No, nor could I. think they just got better and better, didn't they? And Matthewson and Tanaka really ran out of ideas. And when the Dutch pairing really get into their groove, there's just no weaknesses in their game. They've got so much power, they've got so much variety, and they just seem to know exactly where they need to put the ball, where their partner is. And they've got almost that telepathic connection, don't they? And you just see here the dominance. Managed to get it done in under an hour. First serve, points won, over 70%. That's always a really good number. And again, Matthewson and Tanaka just winning those 42%, just how shows how clinical De Groot and Griffin were on the returns. And those break points all coming in the opening set that they weren't able to take. And again, you look at the total points won, virtually double from De Groot and Griffin compared to Matthewson and Tanaka.
I was a minute out. Second set, 24 minutes, not 23, but
impressive nonetheless.
Close. Yeah, right. 32 and 24, 56. The duration of that match, which I say first set. There were some to and fro moments. There were some where, for a little while, Matthewson and Tanaka were on top, but it was very fleeting, and a real glimpse of it. And then when they kind of turned up to 7, 8, whatever it might have been, De Groot and Jessica Griffin were way too good for their opponents, and they'll progress into the semi-final tomorrow. I think we will hear from both of them, and then we'll have a doubles match to finish on court 1, which will involve 2 Brits. We break well on one side of the net, and Lucy Shuka on the other. We'll see them in a few minutes' time, because the weather, glad to say, got a little bit warmer. As clouds are much higher, not as grey as they were, and the sun has glimpsed through the clouds. Just a little peekaboo. It's kind of disappeared again, but at the moment things are looking pretty clear. We had a couple of rain interruptions today, but looks like we're on course. And certainly thinking we're going to hear in just a few moments from our winners, There's a group, and it's Griffin, and that may be coming any moment now, because I can see Dida's got the microphone. So I'll shut up and let's see what they've got to say.
Well, Dida, Jiska, well done. What a performance that is. Straight sets win. Dida, I'll start with you. Into the semi-finals, you must be delighted with that performance.
Yeah, very happy. We had to get into it a little bit at the start, but I think we can be very happy with our first match back together.
Yeah, absolutely. Jiska, you seem to find your rhythm early on, and then that was it, really, wasn't it? You were off and away and no stopping you.
Yeah, I think once we found the rhythm together, we started working a little harder. Our balls were a little bit deeper in the court, and that helped us to fight our way into the match, and really enjoyed it. It's nice to play together again.
Absolutely. Dida, how much do you enjoy playing together? Wimbledon last year, of course, champions, but you must get a lot of joy, both of you, being on court together.
Yeah, last year Wimbledon was sort of our start off as a doubles pair, and I really enjoyed it straight away. Winning the title, of course, which is very special, but also just the process. Where can we get better and work through it? So that's very good.
Jiska, you had a stunning week at Eastbourne, doing the double in the singles and the doubles. To repeat that double here at the Lexus British Open, you will have to beat Dida tomorrow. How does that make you feel after a great win, a great performance, a great team? What's it like playing each other?
Well, I think we are used to it. It happens a lot that we play each other in singles and play doubles together. So yeah, tomorrow is just another day, and we're going to both play our best, hopefully, in singles, and after that we have the semi-final in doubles, so it's going to be a good day.
Absolutely, it's a busy day, isn't it? Dida, congratulations to both of you once again, Jiska, as well. We look forward to seeing you back on court. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our winners, Dida and Jiska.
So now doubles women's quarterfinal to come. We'll be back with you with the action in a few minutes' time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do have one more match to come on court one at the Lexus British Open on what's turning out to be a nice warm afternoon here at Roehampton. So stick around for our final match on court one. Once again, the women's doubles, Angelica Bernal and Lucy Schuker up against Abby Breakwell and Emmanuel Morsch as well. So that's coming up very shortly. Here on court one today, our fourth and final match on the way very soon. Have 2 more days of action here at Roehampton for the Lexus British Open, but if you can't join us in person for either of those days, you can catch all the action live from court one here on the LTA's YouTube channel, where you can find a live stream of all matches played on court one. That's if you can't be with us in person over the next couple of days. That's on the LTA's YouTube channel, the live stream of all the matches here on court one. And don't forget, the LTA Tennis Foundation is the LTA's official charity with a mission to improve lives through tennis. Its ambition is that every child, young person and adult can have access to the unique and life-changing benefits that tennis offers. Last year, the foundation supported thousands of people across Great Britain who wouldn't traditionally have played tennis to get playing, giving lots of different people who may never have had the opportunity before the chance to play and meet new people. This is a great example of opening up the sports. That is the LTA Tennis Foundation. So welcome along everybody to the fourth and final match on court one at the Lexus British Open here at Roehampton today. We hope you're having a brilliant day with us and very much looking forward to this women's doubles match on court one as well. Let me introduce you to our players on court for this one, to the left of the umpire's chair. First up, Angelica Burnell from Colombia, was born in 1995 and first started playing wheelchair tennis aged 11. Currently the world number 17 in doubles tennis, and in 2024 is coming off the back of a hugely successful 2023, where she won 3 singles titles, including at Indian Wells, as well as the doubles title also at Indian Wells as well. Angelica's playing partner today is Great Britain's Lucy Shuker. Shuker turned pro in 2002 and was supported by the LTA's Wheelchair Performance Pathway Pro Scholarship. Shuker trains at the National Tennis Centre here, just next to us at Roehampton, and she has a total of 124 career titles, 35 in the singles game and 89 in the doubles. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Angelica Burnell and Lucy Shuker. And to the right of the umpire's chair, Great Britain's Abby Breakwell was born in Nottingham in 2003 and turned pro in 2019. Supported by the LTA's Wheelchair Tennis Performance Pathway Pro Potential Programme, Breakwell has gone on to secure 7 ITF women's singles titles and 17 doubles titles at the first try wheelchair tennis at the British Open in 2015, and is also an LTA Level 2 accredited coach. Her playing partner is Emmanuelle Morche of France. Morche is the French #1 and appeared at both the Rio and Tokyo Paralympic Games. She won 3 doubles titles in 2023. And in total, she has 11 singles titles and 26 doubles titles to her name. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Abby Breakwell and Emmanuelle Morche. And the umpire for this match is from Tunisia, Faten Ben Aruma.
Welcome back then. Last match of the day on court number 1. And we're going to see a brand new pairing who've never played before. With Abby Breakwell and Emmanuelle
3
Morche.
minutes.
That's the voice of the umpire. Fatima Benaroum. And up against very experienced opponents in Angelica Burnell, French #1. That's what I was playing earlier. They're getting a bit closer now. That flight path is moving a bit further over to us, so noise level is a bit louder than it was. Up against Lucy Shuker. We saw Lucy involved yesterday on court. Here she is again. She'll be hoping to guide Angelica through. Different partnership last week in Eastbourne. But we'll see how the 21-year-old Brit up against the, or with the French woman who turns 34 tomorrow. Her 34th birthday is on the 4th of July. Big day for lots of things. American Independence Day, Election Day, of course, as far as it is for Emmanuelle Morche. Her birthday.
2 minutes.
Looking forward to it. 2 minutes on this one. Just bring you up to date on the remaining quarterfinal in the men's singles. There's all the things I predicted might be a very tight encounter between Martin de la Puente and Joachim Gerard. 5 games all. And Gerard has 15-30 on the de la Puente serve, but that's gone over half an hour, and no resolution. Might well be heading towards a tie break. And just about to go on court 4 is Andrew Penny and Dannon Ward, who we saw earlier on in the singles against Alfie Hewett. They'll be up against Casey Ratzlaff and Ruben Spargaran, who's just had 2.5 hours on court very nearly in the singles and lost out, but he'll be on court very, very shortly. So wins today.
1 minute.
For Annick Van Koot. She came through against Zhu in 3. Win 6-2, 6-1 for Sam Schroeder against Niels Vink against Gary Cox and Greg Slade. win, as we've just seen, for Didi de Groot and Jiska Griffin. Dana Matthewson and Manami Tanaka. Gustavo Fernandez getting the best of Ruben Spargarin in 3. 2-set victory for Yuika Miji against Lee
30 seconds.
Xiaohui.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the right of the chair, Abby Burkwell and Emmanuel Morch won the toss and elected to serve.
In the men's doubles quarterfinals and singles wins for Gordon Reid and for Alfie Hewett. Brings you pretty much up to date. It's going to be our last action. We won't get interrupted by rain. There was a suggestion there might be a bit of rain about 5 o'clock, but I think it's going to go through the day. And remember, we have 2 more days of coverage here at Roehampton.
And the warm-up
stream will be on court 1 tomorrow and Friday. We'll do our best to keep you across what's happening elsewhere. A lot of juniors, a lot of potential for the future in wheelchair tennis is visible here. So if you can get down to Roehampton, see the British Open, not only the names you'll be acquainted with, the Alfie Hewitts and the Gordon Reids of this world, but also potentially stars of 5-10 years' time, potentially. Right, we're ready to go. Umpires ready, players are ready. Just make sure the ball's at the right end for the server, which will be the furthest end away from us. And so these two will be getting to know each other on the court because they've actually never played. They might have not tucked together. They might have had some sort of practice session together. I imagine they did before they came in today. But in terms of competitive action, first match ever.
Yeah, I'm sure they know each other off the court as well. But when you're always playing with the new partner, it's always interesting to see how you gel. Communication is going to be really, really important. It's easy to sometimes cover parts of the court that your opponent, or your partner rather, is covering as well. Crucial that they get a good start here.
In terms of identification of the British-French pair.
First set, Emmanuel Morch to serve.
The glasses.
Ready?
Is,
play.
Jacob Bernal, first to serve. Here's Emmanuel Morch.
No 15. Out. 15 on. Faute.
Well, so in the last
15,
doubles
13.
match, so we're not straight back at the chair. It's a very, very difficult shot to then make. Very decisive calling early on here by Miss Breakwell.
Out.
Yeah.
15-40.
Well, apart from the serve, she's barely had anything to do in terms of the rallies. Abby's had most of it so far, but already 2 break points against the Morch serve.
Out. Game, Bernal Schuker. First game.
First break to 15 for the, I was about to say more experienced pair. They've, I don't think they've actually played together. If they have, it's not in recent times, but that's what happens about this time of year. Sometimes you just pick up a partner and see how it goes, and that's exactly what's happened with Abby and with Emmanuel here. Hasn't started the best, seeded the first game, so love one with Lucy Schuker to serve.
Lucy Schuker to serve. $15 love.
Nice way to start. Ace down the tee. Clever shot there from Breakwell. Dropped it short.
15 on.
Really smart play. Something that Schuker does so well.
30,
that slice.
15.
Just waited a little bit, saw where her opponent wasn't. Just sliced it down the line, cut inside of the ball, was always moving away.
$30 all.
Just didn't quite get that out in front, forced the error up. Already a chance to break back for Merchant Breakwell.
Juice. Pot.
There was one stage during that point, it was a bit like a chariot race. All racing in different directions, all after the same ball. And that's disappointing for the Breakwell and Merch combination.
Out. Game Bernard Sugar. Bernard Sugar leads by 2 games to love.
Early break of Angelica Bernal and Lucy Schuker. 2 love to them, with Abby Breakwell to serve next.
Abby Breakwell to serve.
Stop repeating it, you guys say.
Low 15. $15 all. 30-15.
Bit fortunate
40-15.
that you'll take all those little breaks. She is looking to hold on to her serve and get them on the board for the first time. 40-15. Really good anticipation too. Really nice from Emmanuel Murch.
Bernard Sugar leads by 2-1.
And they're on the board at 1-2. Early breakthrough for Bernal and for Shuka. That brings it back to not quite parity, but pretty close to it. Right, just give you an update on what's happening on Court 2, not too far away from us. First set between Martin de la Puente and Joachim Gerard gone the way of the Belgian. Serving games to 5. They're into second set, and de la Puente has held his serve to make it 2-1. That's the remaining quarter-final in the men's singles. So we know all the semi-finalists now. 2 of them from Britain. And Gordon Reid now for Hewett. And of course, earlier on, that
time.
Long, drawn-out match between Gustavo Fernandez and Ruben Spargaran, and Gusti getting through in 3. So there'll be 3 first through to the semi-finals. We will wait the other one a bit later on.
Out.
Still just trying to find their range. Just been a few too many unforced errors. So just trying to figure out how they work as a pair. Going to take them a bit of time to get into it.
Foot. $15 on. Out. 30-15. $40-15. Game Bernard Schuker. Bernard Schuker leads by 3-1.
She loves that shot, doesn't she?
Low 15.
See that time and time again from Shuka.
Foot.
Such a clever shot there from Shuka.
Love 30.
Talk about power winning the points, but sometimes just you got to be crafty, don't you? Use all that height and all that spin to bounce over her opponent's head.
All about placement on the baseline. And that was executed to perfection by Lucy Shuka.
Out. 15-30. Faute.
Another aggressive point there from Shuka and Bernal. They're the ones bossing proceedings out here. Looking to try and get another break on the board.
Well, lovely point that was. All the players playing their part.
30-40.
Creativity from Breakwell and Murch on the Anglo-French side.
Faute. Game, Bernal Sugar.
Yeah, that was swerving away, moving away from her all the time. So break point secured.
Bernal Sugar is by 4-1.
4-1, and all the momentum very much with these two. They're in your picture. Okay, you play doubles a lot. What is the secret to a great combination?
If I knew that, I'd bottle it up and sell it.
Well, you won a few matches in your time.
Yeah, just a few.
Just a few.
It's a good question. I think a lot of the time, a lot of it's personality. You've got to be able to mesh well with your partner in terms of how you work. I always found that I preferred playing with someone who's a little bit more of a shot maker, who's a little bit more outgoing. I guess I was probably the more steady per se of the pair. So I think sort of opposites attract in terms of that. I think the style as well. I think there's so many different factors that are at play, but I remember there have been some pairings that have been some of the best in the world. I remember Leander Paes and Mahesh Bhupathi, they hated each other. You know, they didn't get on at all off the court, but they were one of the greatest pairs to play the game. So I think sometimes, you know, you say, oh, a good partnership, a good relationship on and off the court is really important, but sometimes it doesn't matter. But these two in your picture seem to have found out the plan that works.
Out.
Question to say for the next
15
break and change of ends. Did you like all of your partners?
I won't name and shame them. No. Yeah, I'll give that some thought, actually.
Okay. And indeed, as a follow-up, how many did you have in your career?
15 on.
We'll save it all up for the next break.
Oh, you're testing my memory here, Bob. I'm getting old. I don't know if it's that good anymore. It's always such a good serve, the body serve. Jamming in towards the chair, really hard to maneuver out the way of the ball.
Let. First serve.
She occasionally goes for that, so it's a bit of a change up. Not throwing the ball up high, sending it down low. Seems to be quite effective. Doesn't use it that often, but when she does, it seems to be effective.
Game, Bernard Sugar.
Just caught the outside of the line, according to the umpire, who was on the other side.
Bernard Sugar leads by 5 games to 1.
5 games to 1. And the more experienced, more established pair are very much in the ascendancy here. And then a question of whether maybe Breakwell and Murch can get another game before the set concludes. 1-5.
She serves a few more like that, they might.
15
really
love.
important in doubles, that first serve percentage. Just lets you boss a lot more of the points.
What?
Let's look at the current British number 1. I know that Abby has her sights on usurping Lucy Schuker at some point.
15 all.
We spoke about that yesterday, didn't we? That as great as it is to see Schuker at the top of the game, you want to see people challenging her coming through.
Let. First serve.
No, I didn't hear it either. Slightly bemused look on Abby Breakwell's face, looking back at her partner. Did you hear that? No.
I don't think anyone did.
Didn't quite get there.
15-13.
They've already covered quite a bit of ground in this first set in terms of chasing sometimes lost causes, sometimes getting balls back at the very tip of the racket. But 2 points away from taking the first set. Bernal and Schuker.
$15-14.
2 points for 6-1. That's come and gone. It's coming and going at a very rapid rate.
Game first set, Bernard Schuker by
job
6
done.
games to 1.
Very comfortably from Lucy Schuker and Angelika Bernal. Really having to break sweat. The fledgling pairing just weren't able to keep up with either of them. And that score does, on this occasion, I think, pretty much underline the domination.
Yeah, it does. A very professional performance from the ladies in your screen. They knew exactly what they were doing, and again, that experience shows. And maybe Breakwell and Murch just not quite gelling as well as they maybe wanted to. They're just struggling to get into a lot of those rallies. Schuker especially with those drop shots as well. And again, all comes down to the first serve, especially in doubles. 80% of points won behind it, just 50% for Breakwell and Murch. Again, total number of points won just shows their dominance, double the amount. You always say once you've had a pretty easy opening set, people who have lost it, they just need to try and get a couple of games on the scoreboard early on just to try and stem the flow, try and change that momentum.
Well, I'm sure they're enjoying their time on court. Maybe not enjoying the scoreline quite so much, but learning a lot about each other, learning a lot about each other's game. The 33-year-old who's 34 tomorrow, by the 21-year-old who we were talking about earlier. I'll give you some more details later. As well, those who took up wheelchair tennis on those open days run by the LTA.
Time.
Here she is on #1 court at Roehampton at the British Open. I'll give you details of how you can get involved at the 4 different
Second
sites.
set, Angelika Bernal
Change
to serve.
events.
Out. 15 love. Out. 30 love. Let. First serve. $30-15.
Oh, haven't seen that much this week, or indeed at Eastbourne last week, but it does occasionally happen. Players go for the same ball, clash of rackets. That works very beneficially for the receivers.
$40-30. Game Bernard Sugar.
First game of the second set goes the way of the winners of the first. Bernal
First
Schuker.
game, second set.
Don't concern you too much, but the weather radar says there's some light rain on the way. It could last as long as 13 minutes. That's what I'm saying here.
As long as it's only light rain, we might just be able to keep going. A pretty heavy shower earlier, wasn't it?
Very heavy.
Wasn't forecast.
Well, Abby's learning quickly. She may, as I say, have only picked up a racket in terms of wheelchair tennis only a few years ago, but she's learning the art of what to do in doubles. Back at the chair is always very effective. Can get you the occasional cheap point, which they could do with today.
Such a good shot. That's a prime example of all of the Schuker experience, isn't it? She knew exactly where the ball was going before her opponent had hit it. Knew where she wanted to hit it into as well. Executed it to perfection.
Out.
She had it on her racket. Just needed to loop it over.
30.
An imposing presence, rather. Moving forward. Force the error. Another volley. I'm sure she wants that back as well. You can really see
40-15.
the tactics from Bernal and Schuker. Can't you anything down the middle of the court? Bernal is just ripping it on that forehand, causing all sorts of problems.
Still 2 game points though.
First serve.
I think I might be able to see some drizzle. I hope I'm wrong.
Out.
No, I don't think you are wrong.
40,
I can see it too.
Just on our commentary box on the window.
Yeah.
Let's hope it just stays as drizzle.
Out.
No, it's been reset. Only 4 minutes of this are we going to get, but then we're going to get more in half an hour. So
race against the clock.
It's a race against the clock. Ah, lovely touch. Lovely touch from Shuker.
Advantage Bernard Shuker.
So I have a chance for 2 love. Yeah, that rain is not heavy, but it's persistent. Buzz looking around, look at the sky. Just checking whether it's too heavy to play on. At the moment, not. So my information is going to relent in about 3 minutes.
Really good point to save there. I'm sure it's in the back of players' minds as well. They're able to see, they can feel the drizzle coming. If you're Bernal and Shuki, you're going to be racing towards the finish line, aren't you? If you're Breakwell and Merch, you're just trying to stick around as long as possible. See if you can get to a rain delay if there is one.
Chair again.
Yeah, this time after one bounce though. I think Shuka just got deceived by where the ball was going, maybe a gust of wind as well.
Not up.
No, he could have missed that voice. Breaking through wasn't effective, not this time anyway. Back to Deuce. I think this may well be the longest game we've had so far. Everybody's trying to rush to get it done and dusted.
Out. Advantage Breakwell Merch.
So go get a message to the umpire, but 2 minutes more of this and that should be done for a bit.
Let's first serve.
Really bossing these rallies, isn't she, Bernal? She's really taking charge. That's what you love as a partner, isn't it? When your partner's just taking control of points. Shuka must be loving life out there.
Out. Advantage Bernal Shuker. Deuce.
She's won a couple of first serves when it's mattered the most.
Breakwell. March.
It's a tricky serve to return. Does get some pace on the ball.
Out.
That was a good call there from Shuka. Again, that teamwork coming to prominence.
Advantage Bernal Shuker. Faute. Faute. Game Bernal Shuker.
Don't want to hand the game away like that on a double. That's the second for that pairing. And 2-love. So the rain, I think, is now stopped. Wasn't very heavy at any point this time round, but got 28 minutes roughly to get this done. Keeps saying it's stopped, but then it keeps resetting again. I don't think it has totally stopped, to be honest.
No, it's that weird, annoying little bit of a drizzle. I think the wind keeps blowing it past, doesn't it? I don't think it knows quite what it wants to do. Looks like it's picking up again now. The rain's coming on our commentary box.
Very effective indeed.
15. On. Let. Serve.
Wind is definitely picking up though, isn't it? And that rain just looks like it's getting a little bit harder.
$15.30. Faute. 15-40.
To break back points for Breakwell and Morsch.
$30-40. Juice
And they save another break point.
Advantage Bernal Schuker. Game Bernal
Such a clever
Schuker.
shot there from Schuker. Pretty much played it from behind her.
Bernal Schuker
Really picking up though, isn't it? Making it really tough conditions out there.
Yeah, we did talk about potential 25-mile-an-hour winds today. I think we're kind of around that speed now. And the only good thing with the radar changing all the time is that the rain, when it stops, which is due in a couple of minutes, according to my details, now it looks clear for the next hour. So we can get literally it's changing like every 5 minutes on here, but it says it will stop very soon, and then once it's done it, we are clear, I think, through for the next hour. So the umpire can stick with us for another game. I think we'll be fine. We're supposed to do well, we'll quickly talk and change events because they're not both out yet. So did you get on with all your partners?
Yes, I did actually. I don't remember having any issues with any of them. Obviously, there were partners that I got on with better than others, but no, for the most part, we all had really good relationships, actually. So that was that's what made it really nice. And again, I think I probably worked better with someone that I did have a good relationship with on and off the court.
How many in total? Did you count them up?
Oh, good question. Let me think about it. I mean, when I solely focused on doubles, so sort of from the age of, what was it, about 25, I had one long-term doubles partner. We played about 3.5 years. I'd probably say I had about 3 sort of longer-term doubles partners. But then when I was still playing singles as well, I definitely chopped and changed. So there's probably too many to count.
You played mixed as well, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Out.
Who's your favourite male compliment? You were supposed to.
Oh. Do you know what? I really like Johnny Murray. Was lucky I played with Johnny. Yeah. Wimbledon champ. So I got pretty lucky with him.
50-30.
Got to play with Neil Skupski as well. Again, Wimbledon champ. I'd probably say those two are my favourites.
Ever get to play with Andy Murray?
No, I didn't, unfortunately not. Never got the honour. Played against Jamie though. That wasn't that much fun. Got taught a bit of a lesson. Played against him and Hingis at Wimbledon one year.
What a combination that is.
Yeah. I have a feeling that might have been the year that they went on to win it. Yeah, that was definitely a learning curve.
2 break points then for Bernal Schuker for 4-love. If there goes 4-love, maybe we won't have to worry about the weather too much. It seems to have just quietened down a bit. The wind not quite as ferocious or as fierce. The rain does seem a tempting fate here a bit, but can't see any spits and spots anymore.
$30-40. Advantage Bernard Sugar. Deuce.
Extended fourth game of the second set goes on still further. Again back to deuce.
Faute. Advantage Bernard Sugar. Out game Bernard Sugar.
Wide, and that will hand the break point eventually
Bernard Sugar leads by 4 games to love.
Angelika Bernal and Lucy Schuker, who are now 2 games away, potentially from winning this match. Martin De La Puente has taken the second set against Joachim Gerard. To take could be a long one, and he's broken the Gerard serve early stages of the third. So 1 set all. De La Puente has 3 points for a 3-love lead in the third.
Out. 15 love. Let serve.
Look long.
15 on.
Yeah, for me it looked long as well. Tough one to call though when it's going that quickly.
$15-30.
I think Wynn might have just caught that. Looked like it just held the ball up.
$15-40. Faute. $30-40. Out.
They've had chances, haven't they? Breakwell and Murch just haven't taken them.
Advantage Bernard Schuker. Out. And Bernard Schuker.
One more game required now.
Bernard Schuker leads by 5 games to love.
5 love. Second set. But kind of just echoing, I don't know what you've been saying. They have had their chances. They've had break points. Only have 1 game to show for it for the first set. But this second set in particular could have been quite different.
Yeah, you always say that, isn't it? It's just a case of who takes their opportunities, and unfortunately for Breakwell and Murch, they just haven't been able to. They've played well to create them, but then they just haven't been clinical enough. And again, maybe that's just a lack of experience.
I think our cameraman down there likes his planes, don't you? Yes?
He's got a lot of them to look at, though, hasn't he? With the amount that are flying over.
We had one incredibly noisy, what sounded like a helicopter, go over earlier on. We couldn't see it in the sky, but it almost rattled our commentary box.
Yeah, we were trying to spot it, weren't we? But it must have been just out of our view.
So 1 game required to finish off our final match of the day on court 1. And Abby Breakwell will try and make sure it's not a break, well or otherwise. Oh, great angle. Great angle. Coming back.
15 love. Out.
Oh, she was just looking, hoping that the ball was going to drop. Just didn't. Chance for Breakwell and watch it to edge nearer to getting a first game on the board in the second set. Really clever play, using that space down the middle of the court.
40 love. Game, Breakwell Murch.
Yay, they're on the board. On the board in the first set.
Bernard Schuker leads by 5 games to 1.
But the ball's now back on the racket of Angelika Bernal and Lucy Schuker. Will be Schuker to try and serve it out. 6-1, 6-1.
Such good play.
15
Did
love.
well with that high backhand volley. Wasn't easy to direct it.
Faute.
That's a nice backhand slice.
15 all.
Shown a lot of really impressive moments in this match. Just unfortunately for them, they haven't quite been able to string it together for long enough periods.
Out. 15-13. On.
Just a bit of a funny bounce there. Sometimes you get those on a grass court, and they just go close to the baseline. This one not over yet.
Game break well much.
Well, how about that? Back-to-back games. Break all the merch. And we wait all that time for the first.
Bernard
Get a
Sugar
break.
leads by 5 games to 2.
So, balls back on their racket. Just no, compared to how they've been playing up to this stage, quite a lackluster game for Shuka and for Bernal. So they've got to break the serve of their opponents to take it up. Now, all kinds of interesting things happening on court 2. Interesting if you are a Martin de la Puente fan, that is, because he is 2 points away from reaching the quarterfinals, the semi-finals rather, of the men's singles. 7-5 to Gerard. From Gerard first set. 6-4 to de la Puente second set. 5-love and 30 all in game number 6 in set 3. So again, that could be an upset. Almost had an upset earlier today. That one could well be, though they're ranked fairly closely in world rankings. But de la Puente is 2 points away now from making the last 4. Obviously already there. Alfie Hewett and Gordon Reid. I think if I got my calculations right, I'll be playing each other tomorrow.
Hot.
De la Puente, by the way, has a match point.
Hot. Law 15.
He is a player I like watching. He is so aggressive, isn't he? He's such a fiery character on the court. Throws himself around. Got a huge forehand.
Net. For serve. Out. Law 30. Fault. Love 40.
So 3 match points for Angelika Bernal and Lucy Schuker.
Game,
well,
set
they
and match.
battled to the last. They got a couple of
Very
games
close
in second
6-1,
set.
6-2.
Managed to break the serve, but that's as far as it went today. 6-1, 6-2.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our players in our final
Obviously,
doubles.
the match certainly got better in the second set. More competitive in the second set, but ultimately, Angelika Bernal and Lucy Schuker got the better of Abby and Emmanuel. 6-1, 6-2.
I think it was the experience that told in the end, wasn't it? Bernal and Schuker got better and better as the match went on. They really started expressing themselves. Schuker, we all know about her touch that she has, those drop shots, and they really came to prominence in those last couple of points. And that Bernal forehand was just so good, really firing. And it was a thoroughly dominant performance, wasn't it? Just over the hour mark. And they'll be pretty happy with those first serve points won. Break points, they probably would have liked to have been a little bit more clinical. But a lot of positives for them to take. And it'll be a great learning curve for Breakwell and Murch. First time playing together. Definitely got some
Lucy
positives.
and Angelika, well done. Congratulations, you're through into the semi-finals. Tell me about the game from your point of view. Enjoyed that one today?
I really enjoyed playing with Lucy. And it's my first time in doubles with Lucy and here. So it was a really good time in the court.
Amazing. Hey, Lucy, tricky conditions as well today. A little windy, the threat of rain all day as well. How do you manage that in a match?
I think, you know, with the tour, like, we're kind of used to it, especially us Brits. But yeah, like, the courts are great. They're tough, like, to move. Like, for me on a grass court, I feel like a snail. But then I feel like I can use my hands as an advantage. So Angie's like hitting nice big balls, and then I'm coming in and using the short ball. So use the conditions, going into the wind, use that for a few more jobbies.
Yeah, some amazing shots out there as well. Lexus British Open, first time on grass, of course. Enjoying the week, Angelika?
Yeah, of course. Enjoy to be back in the England and play in the grass. And 3 years ago, I don't play in the grass, so it's difficult, but it's really good.
Well, apparently it's going to be sunny tomorrow, so we can look forward to that.
Yeah, hopefully.
Congratulations to you both. Ladies and gentlemen, Lucy Schuker and Angelika Bernal.
Thanks for watching, guys.
And just to confirm that the men's singles semis will be Gordon Reid against Gusti Fernandez, and Alfie Hewett will play, I think, yep, just completed on the other court. De La Puente has beaten Joachim Gerard 6-love, so he will be the opponent for Alfie Hewett.
Well,
tomorrow.
ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up play on court 1 for today at the Lexus British Open here at Roehampton. We hope to see you, of course, back here tomorrow with play getting underway at 10:30. Gates opening at 9:30. Don't forget, if you can't make it tomorrow, you can watch all the action from court 1 here on our live stream at the LTA's YouTube channel. But we hope to see you back here tomorrow for semi-finals day. Thanks for being with us today, and a safe journey home.
And from myself, Bob Ballard, and Anna Smith, thank you for your company today. We'll be back again. Hopefully I will anyway at 10:30 tomorrow. See you then. Bye-bye.